One, two, one, two, one. Turn me up. Turn me up.
The champ is here.
Shalom, Israel. Shalom, you Negroes. Happy Sabbath day to you all. July 11th, 2026. And we're moving along. On your way in the door, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, smash the bell, share it to your socials. Hit the Cash App, $ send to V, the number 2, the letter V. Send me a couple of dollars for the Pure Leaf Tea Fund. Speaking of which, I got to get up in a second and get some because I'm drinking this hot tea. I need some cold. I need cold. So, man, actually, I've been sipping on this Burger King tea from last night. Anyway, make sure this can. I move around. If you don't want to be here, move around. There are plenty of places to be out here in these YouTube streets. Shout out to Love Dawson. Welcome to the People's Podcast. I am your host, V Ben Israel, the People's Champ. You can call me V. And we're going to talk a little serious today. And the link is already pinned to the chat. So anybody who wants to come up and assist me, and nobody's hit it yet, but anybody who wants to come up is welcome. You know, we're talking a little serious today. At least I am. that's my purpose. That's my intent, to be serious. Because I think it's a serious topic, even though I'm pissed the hell off right now. And I'll get to that. But we're going to talk about ADHD today. Okay? Computer, what does ADHD stand for?
ADHD stands for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder.
And turn volume to maximum, please. And turn volume to maximum, please. Didn't mean to do that. I meant your echo computer. Turn your volume to maximum to 10, please. All right. So anyway, I don't know how that. Sometimes the volume when it goes down, and I don't know how that happens, but I noticed it does it every time. Anyway, this is something that's affecting me personally, and that's why I'm talking about it. I'm also going to talk about parental alienation. I think that needs to be talked about and discussed as part of this conversation. Computer, what is parental alienation?
Parental alienation is when one parent psychologically manipulates a child to become estranged from the other parent. It often happens during family separations, especially in legal proceedings. The child's negative feelings toward the alienated parent are usually disproportionate to that parent's actual behavior.
That's what I've been going through for quite a while now.
I'm really sorry you're dealing with that. Parental
Thank you.
alienation can be incredibly painful and frustrating to
Computer.
experience. It's tough
Computer.
when you're on the receiving end of that kind of
Computer.
manipulation.
Stop. I forgot. I got to check and make sure he ain't listening because he'll jump in and ramble. I don't even want to hear that shit. I'm trying to be careful on how I speak right now because one of the people I'm going to speak on, I have a lot of respect for. I want to be careful on how I respond. And I don't want to show any kind of disrespect to that person. That is not what this is about. But, and I know when you say but, forget everything that came before. No. Remember what the hell I just said, please, y'all. But furthermore, say that instead. Furthermore, forget the but. Replace the but I said just now with furthermore. And because the person I'm talking about my aunt does listen to my podcast from time to time. And I want to make sure I don't get in no trouble. She's one of the few people on the planet who could put me in trouble. Okay? I'm about that ish. Y'all know that, but not with her. Okay? All my ish stops with her. Okay? I'm very careful on how I speak to her. Okay? I respect my aunt very much. Okay? Anyway, and I'm also going to talk about, let me go back. Let me pause the ADHD. I'm on TikTok, right? And I'm playing around on TikTok, clearing off my notifications, getting that out of the way because I don't like them to build up. But I don't use TikTok that much. Even though I post to it a lot, I don't really interact on TikTok. I don't go live. That's a different crowd. Okay. My crowd is here on YouTube, maybe a little bit on Facebook. TikTok is a different crowd. And I ain't just talking about the young people, even the old people, they ain't got no idea, they different. So I got an invite. It popped up twice. Somebody was inviting me to something. So I just hit accept this to see what the hell it was about. And next thing I know, I'm on a live stream with somebody. And I wasn't something. Oh, I didn't know what I was doing. So brother acknowledged me. Yeah, brother, I hear you. I said, Shalom, happy Sabbath. And older brother, I don't know how old, but he had gray hair, a lot of gray hair. So he 40 and up somewhere. I don't know if he older than me, younger than me. I don't know. And people add me on TikTok for whatever reason. I don't know why people add me. They like my content, whatever. Some people interact with me more than others. He tends to send me things. I don't read all that shit. I don't know if you follow me on here, but I don't read that shit. Because I tell people it's too much. And I really don't care. I'm not interested in his content. Now they're welcome to talk to me about my content. But anyway, he proceeds to express some, I really don't know what he wasn't clear on what he was saying. And then he said something about y'all don't keep the Sabbath day the right way, something to that effect. I don't want to quote because I really don't care what he said. But I'm like, okay, if you're making that statement, what scripture are you talking about? He never told me the scripture. In computer, the book of Jubilee, what is that?
The Book of Jubilees is an ancient Jewish text that retells Genesis and Exodus stories with extra details. It's considered canonical by Ethiopian Orthodox churches, but not by mainstream Judaism or Christianity. The book divides history into 49-year cycles called Jubilees.
Got it. And this book was not included in the King James Version 1611, was it?
That's right. The Book of Jubilees wasn't included in the 1611 King James Version. The KJV contains 39 Old Testament books, 27 New Testament books, and 14 Apocrypha books. But the Book of Jubilees isn't among them.
Why did the translators leave that book out?
The King James Version translators didn't include They were focused on creating a unified English translation of the already recognized books.
And those translators would be considered at that time the best in the world, correct?
Yeah, those translators were definitely
In the world,
scholars
correct.
for their time. They were chosen for their expertise in ancient languages and theological knowledge, representing the best biblical scholars available in early 17th century England.
So, thank you. So, the King James Version, and I'm going back to the beginning, 1611. The translators, it was 46 of them. The best translators in the world. These were the scholars that were chosen to make the translation for the King James Version because of their expertise. And they did not include the Book of Jubilee in that translation. So, as Israelites, right, we're required to conduct ourselves a certain way. That's why you have so many commandments in the Bible. There are more than 10. 613. Computer, how many commandments are in the King James Version of the Bible?
The King James Version contains the 10 Commandments.
How many total commandments from a HBI perspective are in the King James Version of the Bible? See how his voice got low? Computer, increase volume to 10. Now, repeat your last statement, please. Computer, increase volume to 10, maximum. Now, please repeat, computer, please repeat your last statement. Computer, repeat your last statement. I love how I ask certain questions and you get wonky. Computer, How many total commandments from an HBI perspective are in the King James Version of the Bible?
From a Hebrew Bible perspective, the King James Version contains 613 commandments. These include the well-known 10 Commandments, plus many others covering various aspects of life.
Computer, why didn't you, when I first asked how many commandments were in the Bible, why didn't you give that answer?
I initially focused on the most well-known set of commandments. When you asked about the Hebrew Bible perspective, I provided the more comprehensive count of 613 commandments.
Well, computer, in the future, give me that perspective all the time, please.
Got it. I'll always give you the full Hebrew Bible perspective on commandments from now on. Thanks for letting me know what you prefer.
I've told him that before, but anyway. So, there's 613 commandments in the King James Version. And
that's right. There are 613 commandments in the Hebrew Bible perspective.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, that being said, furthermore, in addition, they're commandments to give us instructions on how to conduct ourselves. Men, particularly, I'm speaking about right now. And we can't play games with each other, okay? And this brother trying to check me. He out of order right now, but I'm letting him ride a little bit just to see where he's going. He immediately goes to this bullshit Bible book, the Book of Jubilee, that ain't in the King James Version. There are Israelite camps who believe in these other books that ain't include, that the translators, the Hebrew translators, put in King James Version. That's what we go by. So, if he a brother that's what he go by, hey, that's you. But I'm listening. Get to the point. He never got to the point. He reading the whole fucking chapter. What are you talking about? You made a statement in response to me giving you a greeting, okay? And now you want to correct me. I'm listening. What scripture are you using, brother? He knew he was coming from a BS book, and that's why he immediately went to it. But he never made his point. Like, think about if you're interacting with somebody in your daily life, and you say good morning or whatever, and they go to proceed to correct you on you making the statement good morning, and they start reading a whole book to you. You're like, what are you talking about? Like, that's what I'm asking. What is the scripture you're coming from? What is your citation? And they immediately whip out a book or go to their phone and pull up the book and start reading paragraph on paragraph on paragraph. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm getting to it. You're not listening. No, I'm listening, but you, brother, that's why the Bible instructs us a little bit here and a little bit there. So that way, as a teacher, somebody who knows to teach, you got to hold the attention of the audience that you have. Think about it. You're in math class and you got a question. You ask your question, and your teacher just whips out the book and just starts reading page upon page upon page and never answers your question. What do you think that student is going to do? They're going to shut down. And that's what the hell I did. I was very respectful because I'm on his platform. All right, brother, you're not answering my question. I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself. Have a wonderful day. Because he was talking through me, and I'm telling, you're not getting to the point. He was actually proving my point. He was proving my point. I'm like, are you listening to what you're reading? And then he gets to a point where he starts talking about the he mentioned or he read the verse about 364 days, right? But we're not talking about years. We're talking about weeks. And there's no doubt. I don't care what you're reading and what book you're reading from. There's always 7 days. Can we agree on that? Correct. And on the seventh day, God rested. That's the Sabbath day. Like you talking, whether there's 365 days, 364, that doesn't change that there's 7 days in the week. And we're commanded for those to be a day of rest for us. That's what the Sabbath day is for. Now, however you keep the Sabbath day holy or not, or whatever you're doing on the Sabbath day, because there's specific instructions, but I didn't even get into that. But we can't acknowledge that it is like Sabbath day is today. Like, what are you saying? Like, where is there a different day? Where, like, I'm listening to the man. I've heard 5% used to say this bull crap back in the day. Okay. Me and Polly talked about that the other day. I know all of that shit. And well, we ain't using the calendar right, and they changed the calendar. And knowledge yourself and mathematics, knowledge God, all of that bullshit. I've heard it before. Thank you. And they can never point you to a book. I asked the 5%ers and the knowledge of God niggas, what book are you talking about? Where is this book that I can read to understand what you're saying? And none of them can ever tell me. And I know a lot of brothers. I grew up with them. I got friends that's into that. Cool. That's you. But we two Israelites, supposedly. That's the way this brother coming off on me. But when I shalom you, when I say it's happy Sabbath day, you getting into this ain't the, well, what day you saying is the Sabbath day? Ain't it the seventh day? So what? I mean, we saying if there's 364 days in a year, it would not be a 7-day week. Is that the mathematics? Let's find out. Computer, help me understand. The Book of Jubilee mentions 364 days in a year, correct?
That's an intriguing detail about the Book of Jubilees. Yes, it does indeed mention a 364-day year, which is quite different from our modern calendar. This unique calendar system is one of the text's most distinctive features.
So my question is, in that 364-day calendar, are there 7 days in a week?
Interesting question. Yes, the Book of Jubilees maintains a 7-day week structure, but with 52 weeks exactly in their 364-day year.
So how does that differ from the 365-day calendar?
The main difference is that the Jubilees calendar has 364 days, exactly 52 weeks, while our modern calendar has 365 days. This means every date in Jubilees falls on the same week date each year, unlike our shifting calendar.
I didn't really listen because I really don't care very much. But my point is, right? My point is, wait a minute, let me get my camera right. I'm looking at my monitor. I want to be centered a bit better. I'm sorry, because I'm moving around. I apologize. Come on, man. Catch up with me, please. Did it catch up? No, I didn't think it did. Okay. Here we go. Let's catch up. Oh, wait. All right, I'm good. That's what I want to be. All right. So it's still a 7-day calendar, right? So computer. So hypothetically, comparing those two calendars, would today still be today? Would it still be a Saturday?
Yes, today would still be Saturday in both calendars. The Jubilees calendar maintains the same 7-day week structure, so the weekday alignment remains consistent.
Your boy is bad. Your boy bad. I ain't. Thank you, computer.
Welcome back. Always good to hear from you.
I never studied that shit. Okay. I know I got a lot of information in my head. That's something I never studied. I'm asking for the first time. So the brother talking about y'all ain't keeping today ain't the day or what, nigga. Your own information is proving. I'm listening to it live on TikTok, and I'm like, you just proved my point. One calendar got an extra day, the other one don't. But today would still be Saturday. Well, in both counts. What are we talking about? But if you go back to Genesis or Exodus or anywhere where the Sabbath day is discussed, um, it's still it's still the seventh day. Like it doesn't matter we're not talking years. Now, mathematically, I would assume that extra day over time, the year would be different. Computer, what would today's date be according to the Jubilee calendar?
Today would be day 114 of the Jubilee year, which is the 24th day of the 4th month. Are you interested in learning more about how the Jubilees calendar works?
No, what year would it be? Computer, what year would it be?
It's the 26th year of the current 50-year Jubilee cycle. Want to know what's special about being in the 26th year of the Jubilee cycle?
So, computer, what I'm asking is today, according to our calendar, is July 11th, 2026. What day would that be in the Jubilee calendar?
July 11th, 2026 would be the 24th day of the 4th month in the Jubilee calendar. Are you looking to convert other dates or understand how to do these conversions yourself?
No, I'm trying to understand how do you measure 2,000 years in the Jubilee calendar?
In the Jubilee calendar, 2,000 years would be measured as 40 Jubilee cycles, since each Jubilee cycle is 50 years. Would you like to know how this relates to the broader concept of time in the Book of Jubilees?
No, thank you. I got it.
Perfect.
So apparently, Jubilee calendar measures time different than cycles or something, it said. So I guess that's what that brother's going by. But that doesn't change. There's 7 days in a week. You still have 7 days in a week. And the seventh day is the Sabbath day. I don't care what you call it. Okay. I don't need to know today's date to know that it's the seventh day. That's what I'm saying. Right. And that was the conversation he should have had. Oh, brother, I go by the Jubilee calendar. Okay. I understand where you're coming from. Now, I'm assuming, I've never run across this, but I'm assuming that some groups of Israelites use that calendar and not the current calendar. And that's where he was coming from, right? Now that I'm thinking about it. But he could have expressed that. He could have, like, I'm operating normal. You're operating abnormal, right? Because the world follows our calendar, the Gregorian calendar. And that's the same calendar that Jesus was following, right? We were under Roman occupation at that time. So we've been using computer. How long has the current calendar that we use, the Gregorian calendar, I think it's called, been in place?
The Gregorian calendar was introduced in October 1582, so it's been in place for about 444 years.
No, what I'm asking is going back to Roman times, were they not using the same calendar?
No, the Romans used different calendar systems. They started with a lunar calendar, then adopted the Julian calendar in 45 BC, which was later reformed into our current Gregorian calendar in 1582.
So starting at the time of Christ, what calendar were they using?
During the time of Christ, the Julian calendar was in use. It was introduced by Julius Caesar in 46 BC and was the standard calendar throughout the Roman Empire during Jesus' lifetime.
And how does that calendar compare to what we use today?
The Julian calendar used a simple 365.25 day year, adding a leap day every 4 years. The Gregorian calendar, introduced in 1582, refined this by skipping leap years on century years unless divisible by 400, making it more accurate.
Okay. But the calendar we use today is based on that Julian calendar, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The
And
Gregorian calendar we use today is based on the Julian calendar, with some key adjustments to improve accuracy.
And if we were still using the Julian calendar today, what would today's date be?
If we were still using the Julian calendar, today would be June 28th, 2026.
Okay, also, today would still be Saturday, though, correct?
What else can I help with?
Today would still be Saturday, correct?
Yep, it's still Saturday today. The day of the week stays the same regardless of which calendar system we're using.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everything he just said, actually, the last thing he said is the most important thing. Regardless of what calendar we use, today would still be Saturday. It's good. Your boy keep it, man. I keep killing him. But the brother, if you're trying to educate me and I don't know what you're talking about, right? I don't get into all of that shit. And he come at me, reading this whole book that ain't proved. He proving my point. I'm listening to it. I'm like, yeah, I agree with all of that. And yep, we're supposed to keep the Sabbath day throughout our generations, is what he said, is what the book of Jubilee said, rather. And today would still be Saturday. What's your problem? So, if brother, you listening, I don't even know his name. Brother, if you listening, shalom to you. And happy Sabbath day once again to you. Now that I got that out of the way, because I don't like to leave stones unturned. But you trying to check me and you proving my point. Like, all I said was happy Sabbath day. Or you say, hey, I don't celebrate Sabbath day, or it ain't today, whatever. All right, we could have moved on. But you got brothers that, and I've said this before, they just like to argue, and he too old for that, and just debate, argue and debate all the time about everything. A brother can't even give you a reading from one brother to another brother without you turning it into a debate and reading some fucking bullshit ass book. You ain't even got a copy of it. It's on your phone. I got real books. I don't, you know what I mean? Even though I'm blind, I got real books. What the hell is this? Shout out to Bishop Nathaniel. What are we talking about? And I don't even know if my Bishop Nathaniel, has spoke on that topic. I'm gonna have to go looking later. I'm very interested now to find out if he did. um, nah, I'll do it later. Well, wait a minute. No. I'll do it later because I'm using YouTube and I don't want to mess it up. But getting back to ADHD, right? My aunt called me, and my aunt is a very rare thing. Let me tell you how rare. I'm talking to my aunt twice since 2019 when my father died. Twice. Now, we text each other a lot, but actually talking to her, I was happy she called me. I'm like, wow, she's my favorite aunt. Now, that being said, Aunt Wendy, you are my favorite aunt, but I am who I am, baby. And I think you were wrong how you handled it. Now, we just going to have a difference of opinion there because I know you don't agree, and you ain't never going to change that. I ain't going to change either. I get it from you. But anyway, she said to me, well, first of all, a little backstory. She interacts with my ex-wife a lot, more than me. And my ex-wife is a liar. So then my Aunt Wendy be saying little things that ain't true. And when she said it triggered me, oh, I think she doing well. No, she's not. She's not doing well at all, and neither are my kids. My kids were better when when we were all living together. She broke that up. And that has affected me, my health, my kids. That's facts. And nobody can deny that. But when you're only getting one side of a story, and women, ladies, y'all tend to do that. There are three sides to a story. But y'all form your opinions based on one side of the story. And oftentimes that side is full of lies. Then when you run across somebody like me who's on the other side, because side A, side B, and it was what really happened. But you got to have side B. But, oh, you negative. You being negative. And then, wait a minute, ain't we Americans? Don't I have a right to freedom of speech? But see, women think they can say whatever they want, whenever they want, at any time. But men can't. And they quick to shut us down. And at the same time, oh, he don't talk to me. We was on with Almanage yesterday, and what did she kept one of her issues rather, was he wasn't communicating, he wasn't talking enough. Well, this Almanage is why men don't fucking talk to y'all. Because we get this shit from all y'all women in our lives, for all of our lives. Our aunts, our aunties, our mamas, our grannies, our sister girls, our real sisters, our co-workers. We're surrounded by y'all, and y'all all do this in some kind of way. Y'all don't like what we're saying, and y'all find a way to shut down. You being negative. No, I'm just giving you another side of the story. Now, it is what it is. And you got to address negative things. You can't have positive without negative. If a dog shits on this floor and I'm walking around it like I don't know it's there, but when anybody who walks in here like, what is that shit smell? And then they look down and see it. You gotta deal with it. Somebody gotta clean that shit up. Well, this is the way life is. Who's been cleaning up the shit? Me. Every time she gets in a situation, and I don't want to make this about her, but it is about her though. Anytime she gets in a situation and fucks it up beyond repair, she drops my kids off on me. She did it with Dream, and she did it both with Sunday Eye. And it's gonna happen again because this shit ain't getting cleaned up. And now I got my aunt telling me, "No, it smell good. Is she doing good?" No, she's not. I didn't get into the reasons why, because she shut the conversation down. It was cool. But she spoke on my son's ADHD, right? Here's my problem. I just found out about this shit a week ago. When my ex-wife was here that Sunday, she mentioned the medication that Sunday autism. I since talked to him too. He mentioned taking medicine. Right? So this is why, ladies, y'all need leadership. And you can't lead yourselves because you make horrible decisions that affect not just yourselves, but it affects your children. My children are being affected. And my question to my aunt, I was trying to get it out, but y'all won't let us speak. Women, I'm saying y'all I'm talking about is you ladies. Y'all won't let us speak uninterrupted. Y'all jump in as we're speaking. And then what we're thinking never comes out, and y'all already making opinions about, we ain't even said the shit yet fully. But you already got an opinion. And my aunt told me, oh, you say this, oh, you said this to me before. I'm like, said what? Like, I got new information I just got a week ago. How could I have said it to you before when I ain't know nothing about it? I didn't know nothing about it, which is the parental alienation I'm going through. That's what the AI said. I didn't say it. He described it. It ain't co-parenting. It's parental alienation. It's a manipulation. And that's what the AI called it. And you gotta ask why. Y'all good about getting into us when we talking about why are you saying what you saying because you being negative. Well, why she manipulating the situation? And she's using my family against me. I bet you I could call my other aunt right now, my Aunt Joyce. I got two aunts that I'm very close to. My Aunt Wendy and my Aunt Joyce. Those are my two favorite aunts. I guarantee, and my Aunt Wendy lives down here close to us. Always has. We've always been within a 30-minute drive of my Aunt Wendy. My Aunt Joyce for the most part. Matter of fact, let's call my aunt. I'm curious to see what she's going to say. And my Aunt Joyce is a little bit younger than my Aunt Wendy. My Aunt Wendy is the matriarch in my father's side of the family. My Aunt Joyce is my mother's sister. So this is the other side of the thing. Just to give y'all some understanding on who I'm about to call. I might even call my mom. Shit. Why is this shit so low? Let me turn the Bluetooth off.
Please leave a message after the beep. Thank you.
Hey, when you get this message, I gotta ask you a serious question. Let me call it. I appreciate you. So, anyway, wait a minute. Let me see if I can do well. Let me turn it this way. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to turn off this damn Bluetooth on this phone. Okay, here we go. I ain't want that interrupting what I'm trying to accomplish on the other phone. All right, back. We good there. Now, come over here. Bluetooth is good. And I'm very curious, y'all. All right, I don't know. Connect. Wait a minute. Let's. Cause see this phone here, this Google Pixel, it doesn't give me the same notification. Like my old phone, when it connects to the Bluetooth, it just gives a chime. But anyway, we're gonna work around that. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it, y'all. Go into my settings. And here, let's see. Connected devices, where you at? Network, connected device. What else? What is this? Why? No. Okay. Is that connected? No, it wasn't. All right, it's active. It says active. So now I should, when I call somebody, you call my mom. I'm very, very curious. Because me and my mother never talked about it. All right.
Hello.
Hello, mother. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I need to ask you a question.
What?
Do you know about Sundiata being on ADHD medicine?
Doing what?
Do you know Sundiata is taking ADHD medicine?
I didn't hear you.
Do you know that Sundiata is taking medicine now?
Has his what?
You're not coming in clear, man. The phone is breaking. Hold on. Okay. All right. Well, wait. Give me 1 second.
Huh?
Hold on. All right, Mom. Can you hear me better? Wait. I'm sorry. I can't hear you now. Give me 1 second. Shit. I'm sorry. Just bear with me. I'm trying to. Okay, there we go. I got you. Now you can hear me, right? Yeah. Now, do you know Sundiata was taking medicine?
No. For what?
ADHD?
ADHD.
Yeah. Basically, he has trouble concentrating, and they give him medicine to help with that, supposedly. Yeah, I just didn't know if you knew.
No.
Okay. I had a rare conversation with Aunt Wendy today. And Aunt Wendy knew about it.
Mm,
I just found out about it a week ago.
mm.
So how the hell did Aunt Wendy already know about it? You know,
Hello.
and she got mad with me, hung up the phone 'cause she thought I was being negative, you know. But I'm just trying to tell her, like, when Sunday Otter was with me, he didn't have no problems in school. And it's only when he's living with Mimi that he stays back and doesn't pass his grade.
Okay.
Like, that's history, right? Am I being wrong about that?
No, but he's working on something.
And he's working, right? And he's doing all of these extracurricular things because Nene wants to keep him distracted while she run around with doing what she do.
Yeah. Okay.
But Aunt Wendy wouldn't allow me to have that. I have a problem with my family being buddy buddy with her. I have a problem with that. Now, I don't have a problem with with her communicating with y'all, letting y'all know certain things, but for Aunt Wendy, for Nene to have a conversation about Sunday Otter taking medicine and being diagnosed with some shit before she has that conversation with me, that's a problem. And in Brooklyn being out of state and I don't know about it, I got a problem. Like I'm purposely being left out of things, but yet she's telling my family,
Yeah.
Like we down here, y'all live right around the corner from her. Joyce lives 30 minutes away from her. Why the hell is she calling New Jersey? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I was just curious to know if y'all having a good day today? All right, that's what's up. I heard Mr. Lewis in the background. Hello.
What's up, man?
I'm hanging in there. How you doing?
I'm okay.
All right, that's what's up. All right, I'll call y'all back later. I'm in the middle of doing a live stream. I was just trying to figure this out. But I thank you. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. All right, I was just talking to my parents, my mother and my stepfather. They live within walking distance of my kids. My kids sometimes will walk to my mother in us house. That's how close they live. So why don't my mother know what my aunt in New Jersey knows? And then my aunt, who I tried to call too, lives about 30 minutes, a 30-minute drive. So my family is very close where my kids are. Wow. I'm about let's say with traffic, I'm an hour away from where they live, right? Because they live on the east side of Charlotte. I'm closer to the west side. So you see the manipulation? And then my family in New Jersey don't want to speak to me. We wonder why. I haven't done nothing to them. But they're getting fed information and bullshit. My mother verified that. Like, what? Saying, like, yeah, he's better when you're there. Everybody knows that. But when you're trying to create the narrative that I'm the problem parent, and she's better off, it ain't true. Come in. What's up, baby?
You got some candy today or not?
Huh?
You got some candy today?
Ain't none in that bowl?
No.
Look in the refrigerator. Matter of fact, bring me 2 Reese's cups out of that refrigerator, please. And I'm glad you're here. Do I have a tea in there like this? No? No, it ain't. It'd be right there. Look in the freezer and see if you see another bottle right there. No. All right, put this in the freezer for me. Because I need some cold tea. All right. Now I'm going to put your little ass to work. But bring me 2 Reese's cups and you can get whatever you want. Thank you, baby. I guess when I move to Charlotte, I have to have the delivery bring y'all some candy. No problem. I'll do that. You in there. I'll do it from time to time. Look here, look in the cabinet. There might be some up in there too. Chips or whatever you want. You can have. I don't know what's up there, so just take it. If you see it, take it. Chips, candy, whatever you want. It ain't gonna be over there. It's gonna be in that cabinet you was.
Calm down. Everything is calm.
Yeah, I know. I told your grandmother that. That's what was happening. Because them termites got all up in there and it was eating the wood. I don't care. I ain't gonna deal with it longer. All right. Don't worry about the thing, because I'll fix it when you leave. When I get up. Come in. Hey, baby, how you doing?
Hey,
She in here digging for snacks.
Mark, come on.
And I want her to take, no, I wanted to take them because I ain't taking it with me.
Okay.
Yeah, take all of that shit. She good? You need something? What you doing today? Nothing? Wait a minute, you always running then. Here goes Saturday and you ain't got nothing to do?
He said, could he have an ice cream sandwich?
Tell me how many is in there. Please.
They come over here, Robbie, that's not.
Oh, I buy them for them most of the time. Anyway. How many left? Huh? Leave me one, take the box with you. How about that? Problem solved.
Yeah.
Where your mama at?
Yeah.
So I said thank you for what you did yesterday.
Are you okay?
I appreciate y'all.
You welcome.
You ain't got nothing going on, huh?
No.
You all right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I gotta check on you because I know you can get out of pocket sometimes.
Yeah.
I ain't up to nothing.
Okay, you lost me?
I'm in the middle of doing a podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, but I use that to monitor myself.
Okay.
So I make sure I'm on camera and all of that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, let's get back to it.
All right, love. I appreciate you. I'm sorry, y'all. That was my neighbor popping in on me. You know, and I'm a punk ass parent. I'm always giving the kids snacks and stuff. Anyway, yeah, and she saw her kids run over here, so she trying to figure out what they doing. Ain't no problem. Maybe over here all the time. But anyway, shit. Lost my train of thought. Oh, I was talking to my mother. Don't you think, right? Oh, shit. My pet? Oh, okay. No, that's 12. Okay, I got it. I had to pay a credit card bill. I'm sorry. But anyway, my mother, who lives within walking distance of them kids, don't you think they should know what's going on with their grandkids who live around the corner? Why are you calling New Jersey? That's the manipulation. She wants my family in New Jersey to have a certain opinion about me. And that's why I couldn't get a word out. My aunt was cutting me off. Wendy, you were cutting me off. You wouldn't let me finish my sentence because you think you know what I was going to say based on what she put in your head. That's the manipulation. And my family falls for it. Now, her family, I don't have no communication with. The only last person I talked to in her family, I talked to her uncle because she and I were on the phone when she was around her uncle. Her uncle asked to speak to me. Before that, it was her nephew who was with my daughter who asked to speak to me. But other than that, them two people in 10 years, them the only two people I spoke to. No, I spoke to her mother a few years ago when my son was up over there at her house, and my son had me on speakerphone. Tell your father I said hi. That's the conversation in 10 years that I've had with her family. 3 people, right? 3 people. And I've known these people for almost 30 years. I've known her and her family since 1998, right? It's 2026. So that's 28 years, about to be 29 years in December, where I met her people and her. I know them. I've lived with them. They live with me. Like, I know these people and they don't speak to me. My family has had very little interaction with me, my ex-wife, during this whole time period. Phone calls and things like that, but y'all don't know her. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all know me, but you don't know her. But y'all develop this opinion of her that ain't based on nothing real. She lies about everything and manipulates everybody, including my kids. Do I need computer? Computer? What once again, what is parental alienation?
Parental alienation is when a child becomes estranged from one parent due to psychological manipulation by the other parent. This estrangement often shows as fear, disrespect, or hostility toward the distant parent and can extend to other relatives.
Why would one parent do that to the other?
Parental alienation often stems from a parent's desire to exclude the other parent from their child's life, typically during high conflict divorces. It's a complex issue that can cause significant emotional harm to all involved.
How would this affect a father who's disabled?
A disabled father facing parental alienation would likely experience profound emotional challenges. The isolation and rejection could be particularly devastating, given potential limitations in his ability to advocate for himself or maintain contact with his child.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Computer, how common is it for that to happen?
Parental alienation is fairly common in high conflict custody cases. For disabled fathers, the situation can be even more challenging, as they may face additional biases in court.
Just to give you a little background and insight to me, that's fine. And maybe one day in the future, my kids may see this video and understand what dad is saying ain't just made up. It's a real thing. What I'm experiencing here in the past. Because if we see this, it's going to be past. Right? So this is past dad, or present dad, rather. The present being 2026. This is present dad speaking to y'all in the future from now. Ain't that amazing? I told y'all, I've been telling y'all all your life that dad is a time travel. I got an ear infection and it bothers me from time to time. Trying to get rid of it. I got to where they at. They up here some. My little ear drops. I need to use some when I get off of here. Sometimes my ears are stopped up because of it. I got swimmer's ear or whatever I don't. That's what it's called. Now I'm curious what Gemini's going to say. What is parental alienation?
Parental alienation describes a dynamic most common during high conflict divorces or custody disputes, where one parent manipulates a child into turning against the other parent. The alienating parent uses behaviors like bad-mouthing, creating false narratives of abuse or neglect, or forcing the child to choose sides. Over time, the child internalizes these negative ideas and begins to unjustifiably reject, fear, or hostilely avoid the targeted parent. The spectrum of relationship erosion. Family courts and mental health professionals often look at the relationship between the child and parents along a specific spectrum to distinguish true alienation from normal family dynamics or valid estrangement. Affiliated. The child maintains a healthy, positive relationship with both parents, free from undue pressure or manipulation. Aligned. The child naturally develops a stronger bond or preference for one parent, often based on shared interests or age, but still accepts and maintains a healthy relationship with the other. Estranged. The child rejects a parent for an economically or physically justified reason, such as witnessing domestic violence, experiencing actual abuse, or enduring severe neglect. Alienated. The child's intense rejection of the targeted parent is disproportionate and irrational. It is driven primarily by the behavioral influence and psychological manipulation of the alienating parent, rather than the child's actual experience with the targeted parent. Common red flag behaviors. The behavior typically presents in distinct ways across both the parent driving the issue and the affected child. Actions by the alienating parent. Constant badmouthing, regularly criticizing, mocking, or blaming the other parent in front of the child. Limiting contact, secretly or overtly disrupting scheduled visits, phone calls, or blocking communication. Withholding information, keeping the other parent in the dark about school events, medical appointments, or major extracurricular activities. Erasive identity, removing photos of the targeted parent, or suggesting the child change their last name, or call a step-parent mom or dad. Signs displayed by the child. The independent thinker phenomenon, insisting the decision to reject the targeted parent is entirely their own idea, using adult language or phrases they clearly overheard. Black and white thinking, viewing the alienating parent as entirely perfect and the targeted parent as entirely flawed or evil. Lack of guilt, showing a complete absence of remorse or empathy for treating the targeted parent harshly or cutting them out entirely. Spreading the rejection, extending the hostility to the targeted parent's wider family, including grandparents, aunts, uncles, or cousins.
Wow, that's exactly what I said. That's what I've been experiencing. That's what my interaction with my aunt with me is a result of the parental alienation. And it goes to other family members. And I have a problem with ADHD because of my background in education and my family tends to forget these things. But I went to school for this shit, y'all. Like, what did y'all forget? And I remember back in the 90s when I was in school, and this would have been, let's see, I was a freshman in 94. I was a sophomore in 95. I was a junior in 96. So wait a minute, let's do it differently. From 94 to 95, I was a freshman. From 95 to 96, I was a sophomore. From 96 to 97, I was a junior. From 98 to 99, from somewhere in there. I started in 94. I'm doing it wrong. But anyway, I remember around 97. And the way I'm keying in on that year, because my Mustang was about a year old. Right? I bought my Mustang in the summer of 1996. So I'm not thinking then. And I'm thinking it was summertime when I had the car. So not that summer, but the following summer. That would have been 1997 when I was in school in August. And I had an educational psychology class. And I remember discussing this in class. My professor was Dr. MacArthur. I love Dr. McAuliffe. And we had this conversation. We had a lecture on that. We were talking. At that time, according to my memory, and my memory is fucking phenomenal, y'all. It was around 6%, somewhere 6 or 7% nationwide for ADHD, right? Today, that number in some states, and mainly the southern states, are always higher, right? Keep that in mind. But in this, the numbers have doubled. I keep up with that stuff. Let's look. I tell y'all all the time with blackdemographics.com, and you'll learn a lot of things, factual information for Black people by Black people. Okay. I don't know if they have a article there on ADHD. I would be surprised if they did. Compute. Well, let's ask Gemini. I'm curious. Gemini, what is the current rate of ADHD diagnosis in high school students in North Carolina compared to the national average?
There is no medical condition, psychological disorder, or educational classification known as an **ADHD diagnosis, because ADHD is not a recognized medical
Computer, what is the current rate of ADHD in North Carolina compared to the national average?
According to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, collected via the National Survey of Children's Health, North Carolina has an attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, prevalence rate that is notably higher than the national average. National average, approximately 10.5% of children and adolescents aged 3 to 17 across the United States have a current diagnosis of ADHD. North Carolina rate, approximately 11.9% of children in North Carolina have a current ADHD diagnosis, placing the state higher than the national norm. Historically, North Carolina and several other states in the South Atlantic and Southeastern regions have consistently reported elevated rates of lifetime and current childhood ADHD diagnoses compared to states in the West and Northeast.
How would a false diagnosis be identified?
Identifying a false, incorrect, or inaccurate neurodevelopmental or psychiatric diagnosis, like ADHD, requires a formal, systematic review by a qualified clinical professional. Because there are no biological markers like blood tests for these conditions, identifying an error relies on uncovering gaps in the evaluation process, or identifying alternative causes for the symptoms. A comprehensive evaluation pathway highlights where diagnostic errors are typically caught or prevented during the initial assessment and follow-up stages. 1. Requesting an independent second opinion. The primary method to challenge or verify a diagnosis is to seek an independent psychological or psychiatric evaluation from a new, unrelated clinician. This provider will conduct a blind or fresh assessment without relying solely on the previous clinician's notes. 2. Reviewing the diagnostic criteria, DSM-5. A second opinion often investigates whether the original diagnosis strictly met the criteria outlined in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5. For ADHD, an accurate diagnosis requires proving cross-setting presence. Symptoms must be clearly present in 2 or more settings, e.g., both at home and at school/work. If a child only struggles at school but behaves completely fine at home, a standalone ADHD diagnosis is often inaccurate. Early onset. Several inattentive or hyperactive impulsive symptoms must have been present before age 12. Clear impairment. There must be this.
Now, is the diagnosis weaponized in a situation where the parents are divorced and parental alienation is being used against one of the parents? And for example, the father is completely excluded from this diagnosis process. Is that normal for the father to be left out?
No, it is not normal or standard clinical practice for a father or any parent with legal custody rights to be completely excluded from a child's diagnostic process. In fact, within high conflict divorces or parental alienation dynamics, intentionally cutting one parent out of a medical or psychological evaluation is a significant red flag for both clinicians and family courts. Here is how clinical standards, legal realities, and alienation tactics intersect in this specific scenario. 1. Clinical standards requiring both parents. From a purely medical and psychological standpoint, excluding a parent compromises the accuracy of the diagnosis. As established by the DSM-5, a diagnosis like ADHD requires proof that symptoms are present across multiple settings, e.g., the mother's home, the father's home, and school. The missing data. By excluding the father, the clinician completely misses out on observing how the child behaves, focuses, and functions while in the father's care. The clinical obligation. Ethical guidelines require clinicians to gather a comprehensive family history. If a clinician knowingly accepts information from only one side of a high conflict divorce, they risk making an inaccurate diagnosis based on one-sided, potentially biased, or fabricated reporting. 2. Legal custody and consent violations. Except in rare cases where a court has explicitly stripped a parent of their medical decision-making rights, both parents typically retain legal custody, the right to make medical, educational, and religious decisions. Informed consent. In North Carolina and most other jurisdictions, a mental health professional generally must ensure that the proper legal consent is in place before treating or evaluating a minor. If a parent signs a child up for an evaluation and lies about having sole legal custody to exclude the other parent, they are committing a legal misrepresentation. The right to records. A parent with legal custody has a full legal right to access the child's medical records, speak with the diagnosing clinician, and challenge the findings. 3. How diagnosis is weaponized in parental alienation. When parental alienation is at play, a false or heavily biased diagnosis is often used as a tool to achieve specific legal and psychological goals, creating a false narrative of the bad parent. The alienating parent may use the diagnosis to blame the child's struggles entirely on the targeted parent. For example, they might claim, asterisk, the child.
I hope my Aunt Wendy is listening to this. I swear. This is exactly my point. This isn't negativity. My rights have been violated. She does not have sole legal custody of the children. She has physical custody right now, but I still have rights as a father. We've never been to court and my rights were stripped away from me. Now, here's the problem, right? My son will turn 18 this year. So the time in 3 weeks, in less than 3 weeks, what are we talking about? 16 days. So the time for me to react to this is very fishy. I just found out about this a week ago, y'all. But this is how ADHD is used in the parental alienation and weaponization. And it's a real thing. And so the court or the medical people, whoever evaluated him, were supposed to ask, according to what AI just said, what Gemini just said, they were supposed to get my consent. Because they asked her, do you, unless she lied. If she lied, that's illegal. So what did she say? They had to ask her, where's the father at? I'm right here. Make a phone call. I'll be there. That's no problem. She was quick to drop him off down here when they got into the little shoving match, right? So I'm good enough for that. She was quick to drop my oldest son off on me a couple of years ago when they got into it, right? She's the problem, which is what I said in court from the beginning. So this is a preview of what I'm going to have to deal with when I get back to Charlotte. This is what I'm going, because I'm definitely digging into it. I'm like a dog with a bone. Like I'm digging into it. And I'm gonna be on her ass. I'm going right to that school. I'm getting in their ass. I can't do nothing. That's one of the reasons I'm moving back to Charlotte. And my family don't seem to understand how many times I've been to court with this woman. Over 20. And I won every time. Every time. Amanaz is here. She was my moderator, Amanaz. Y'all know and love her. Hey, y'all. But she was in court with me. She went with me to court. I needed a witness. She was there. She's known us since 2005. That's 21 years. She's seen this stuff. And I'm right here. Listen, when I lived in Charlotte on the other side of town, on the west side, I was about 30 minutes away from them. Well, now I'm only about 45 minutes away. Right? I ain't that, them extra 15 minutes ain't that big a deal. But she tells my family like it's the end of the world. But she was quick to run her ass down here last Sunday. She brought us up. She called me and initiated. I just happened to say to her prior to that, you and I need to have a in-person conversation, just you and me. Because I didn't want you, during the last 10 years, the only time I've talked to her is other people were around in person, my kids usually. Me and her didn't really get to talk one-on-one. And I say, yeah, you and I may need to have a conversation. I wanted to see where her head was. Because I was aware of all of this. I find out things other ways. And I'm not going to get into how I know things. But I kind of wait to see if she's going to say some of the things. Some of them she says and slips up. Because when you're a liar, you forget your lies. And then you can't remember what exactly you said to me, what you said to my aunt, what you said to other family members, her family, my kids. It's all different shit. She don't tell the same lie. She tells different lies to different people. But it's all designed to parentally alienate me and manipulate my kids and everybody else. And then my family gets funky with me because I'm reacting to it. What did the AI say to me? It's devastating. That's on top of the other shit I'm dealing with. My health issues, right? But because when we took our vows in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, that didn't matter to her. Remember I said on a previous video, a short, that I was talking about people keeping their word. Word is bond. I grew up with that. That meant something to me. You be about you. My grandfather instilled that in me. As a man, your word should matter. As a woman, your word should matter. That's how I raised my daughters. And I said it to Almanaz last night. You're bullshit. No, I'm not. Yes, you are, and I blame your father. I said to her, and I love her. But this is all connected. And it goes right back to the scriptures, because the scriptures tell you how to conduct yourself. And this ain't allowed. You got to mean what you say. If I say something to you as a man, whether I'm speaking to another man, woman, or child, my word is bond. That thing is true. But in today's world, people just say shit and they have no intention on backing up what they say. Standing on, what did the young kids say today? Stand on business. I'm standing on business. On my mom and all that, and they ain't saying nothing that's based on nothing. It don't mean shit. I'm trying. I don't always want to appear when I'm on here that I'm raging out And I go back and watch my videos, and I'm like, damn, I could have toned it down a little bit and talk in my normal way of speaking, right? And I watch other podcasters who speak very well, and you don't see them rage out too much. I mean, I've seen them get triggered and they go the hell off. Angry Man, Coach Greg Adams, we're a lot alike. Me and Angry Man are a lot alike because we have similar backstories. We both came from the tri-state area originally, moved into the South. You know, he's a little bit more northern, like northern North Carolina, Raleigh, Virginia area. I'm down here in South Carolina, Charlotte area. Like right now, I'm about 20 minutes from South Carolina. I'm right on the border, right? You're looking at the map. I've always been in the northern part of South Carolina, in Charlotte Metro, in North Carolina. Mainly. But I have lived in the lower country, as they call it, in South Carolina as well, like when I was in college. That's going down towards Charles. But anyway, but me and him, you know, I'm similar to even Coach Greg Adams. We got similarities, you know, even though he's from the West Coast. But we think a lot alike, very similar. And a lot of other brothers, you know, I interact with. But, and men are similar, just like women are similar. And that's why y'all ladies, you heard Almanaz say it to me last night. Oh, yeah, that's what he said. And things like that she was saying. If y'all listen to that exchange that she and I had, you know, that was a TJIF video for those who watch that. Good video. And, but the ADHD is weaponized. And Black people are predominantly in the Southeast. You look at a map where the Black people are located, the Black population. Oh, God, shit. Show me a map that shows where the population of Black people are in America.
Modern U.S. Census Bureau maps showing the distribution of the Black or African American population reveal that the population is concentrated heavily in two primary patterns: the southern United States and major urban centers across the country. Historically, demographic mapping shows distinct patterns across the nation. The South.
All right, he didn't show me the map, but he answered the question even better. What did I say in the South? That's where we're mainly located. And you'll see little dots in major cities. So that's why, like in New York and New Jersey, you'll see little pockets. Chicago, Los Angeles, but not even Los Angeles, but Houston, Dallas, Texas. But when you look at the whole country, it's mainly in the Southeast, right? So that's not a coincidence that the ADHD numbers are higher in the South compared to other places, right? There's a correlation there is what I'm getting at. And even when if I had AI create a map of where ADHD falls, it's going to be right in there, the same place where Black people are. Watch. Now, also create a map where ADHD is in relative to the country.
Because the WSR-88D is a physical network of 160 Doppler weather radar towers.
No, I'm asking about ADHD. Show me a map for the United States where those people are, the population is located, and people who are diagnosed with ADHD. ADHD.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, tracks attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, across the United States, primarily through data from the National Survey of Children's Health, NSCH. While the nationwide prevalence among children and adolescents sits at approximately 10.5% to 11.7%, a geographic breakdown of the data reveals stark regional differences across the country. Geographic distribution of ADHD diagnoses. If you look at a national diagnostic map tracking the percentage of children aged 3 to 17 with an active ADHD diagnosis, the population splits into distinct regional clusters. The highest concentration, the South and parts of the Midwest. The highest diagnosis rates in the nation are consistently concentrated in a heavy belt stretching across the southeastern United States and parts of the Midwest. States like Mississippi reaching up to 17.8%.
See, as a parent, I gotta have this awareness, right? That's the kind of parent I am. And I studied this in college. So we went from 6% in 1997 to almost double today. Those numbers doubled in a 30-year period, exactly. Right? Why is that? The correlation goes along with divorce rates and marital rates. As marital rates continue to plummet, ADHD goes up. Because you got single mamas raising monsters. That's just fact of the matter. Women don't like hearing the truth because it's negative. The truth, my grandmother used to say, the truth will make you free. Right? My grandmother used to say that all the time. I believe it's a Bible verse too. Computer. The hell is happening? Read it. Computer. Shit. Is there a Bible verse that says something like, the truth will make you free?
Yes, that verse is John 8:32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Oh. Hey, computer, make sure your volume is at maximum 10. I don't know why my volume, oh, that's the TV. I don't know why it does that. Anyway. So. Right. So. Well, let me what's up? So these women are doing it, and we got to be honest about who's called. I'm not there. Now, I raised my kids, by the way. And when he was with me, there was never any problems. He did well in school. And he passed his grades. But when he's with her, he done stayed back 3 times. Because she's not the education parent. I am. And I I went with all this back to school shit, and I got a degree, but you're neglecting your fucking kids. And somebody need to say it. Because y'all, menstruous women will bring forth monsters. I mean, am I lying about? Hold on. Hold on. What is the scripture that reads, menstruous women will bring forth monsters? KJV.
The passage you are thinking of is found in 2 Esdras 5 to 8, which is part of the Apocrypha, included in the original 1611 King James Version, KJV. The specific phrasing uses the Old English word menstruous, meaning a woman during her monthly period, rather than ministress. The verse reads, "There shall be a confusion also in many places, and the fire shall be oft sent out again, and the wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters." 2 Esdras 5 to 8. KJV. This book describes prophetic apocalypse.
Sometimes these AIs give too much information. But that was Second Ezra, the book of Second Ezra in the Apocrypha, 1611 King James Version, and menstruous women will bring forth monsters. That's what we're witnessing in today's environment. And the men aren't there. You can't blame the person who ain't there. And my kids aren't with me because of her, not because of anything I did. She effectively stole my kids from me. And she took advantage of me when I was in a weakened state because I had a stroke, I was on dialysis, I had a lot going on in the very beginning. And she took that opportunity to bulk, to leave. And I came home from dialysis one day and they were gone. That's how it happened. And I had to deal with that because I didn't have the strength to fight it. I didn't have the strength. But it ain't just my situation. I'm sharing my personal story with y'all because it ain't unique. It's happening. For 30 years, we talking about multiple generations, and I'm talking about black women right now. That's who I'm speaking about. So I don't want to have to go black women, and not all. I didn't say all. I'm talking about a significant portion of y'all. And y'all raising 70 to 80% of our kids in these fucked up environments. And then I got my aunt telling me, oh, she's doing well. My Aunt Wendy is supposed to be the matriarch of my family. Aunt Wendy, I need you to do better, honey. Because if you don't step up and say, this ain't right, or worse, you're saying she's doing well. Now, to my knowledge, you ain't never been down here. And you don't know nothing about Charlotte. My kids are living in the worst neighborhood in the city. That's not my opinion. Computer, do you have crime statistics for Charlotte, North Carolina based on zip code?
Charlotte has 74 zip codes with a median household income of 80.
Computer. God damn it. Please just answer my question, yes or no.
No.
You can't, or you're not able to tell me
All right.
my zip code, which zip code has the most crime? Computer, can you tell me by zip code or which zip code in the city of Charlotte, North Carolina has the highest crime?
The highest crime rates are reported in areas around Uptown Charlotte, parts of Beatty's Ford Road corridor, and stretches near Central Avenue.
Computer, I'm asking you to tell me by the zip code.
I don't have specific crime statistics by zip code for Charlotte. The most recent data shows crime concentrations around Uptown, Beatty's Ford Road, and Central Avenue areas. but I can't provide exact zip code rankings.
So if I asked you to compare one zip code, say 28208 compared to another zip code, you couldn't do that?
I don't have specific crime statistics by zip code to compare. The data I have is more general, showing crime concentrations in certain areas of Charlotte, but not detailed zip code comparisons.
I'm very surprised at that.
What's got you surprised today?
That you can't answer my question the way I want you to answer it.
Yeah, I get that frustration. The data I can access shows general crime trends and hotspots, but not the specific zip code breakdowns you're looking for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that weird? Or is it just me finding that weird? I remember being able to do this, like, because if you're like buying a house, you're trying to move into a city, a lot of times, you know, search by zip code to see, what schools are better than one another, what neighborhoods are better, and from my understanding, knowing Charlotte, that zip code that she lives in is one of the worst based on the city. Computer, are you able to rank schools by zip code?
Yes, I can provide some school rankings by zip code for Charlotte. For example, zip code 28204 has top-ranked schools like Piedmont Middle School and Elizabeth Traditional Elementary School, with high math and reading proficiency scores.
Which zip code in Charlotte has the worst scores based on zip code?
Zip code 28206 in Charlotte has some of the lowest school scores. Druid Hills Academy in this area has extremely low proficiency rates, with only 5.6% of 8th graders proficient in math.
How does Myers Park High School rank in the city?
Myers Park High School ranks in the top 10% of all schools in North Carolina for overall test scores. It's also ranked 8th out of 104 high schools in the Charlotte area.
And how does that compare to Hardin University?
Myers Park High School and Hardin-Simmons University serve different levels of education. Myers Park is a top-ranked public high school in Charlotte, while Hardin-Simmons is a private university in Texas ranked 901st in the U.S. They're not directly comparable as they serve different student populations.
Computer, I'm asking about Hardin University in Charlotte.
Harding University High School in Charlotte ranks in the bottom 50% of North Carolina schools. It's currently ranked 100 out of 105 high schools in the Charlotte area, with math proficiency at 35 to 39% and reading at 27%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's hard for me because the high school was actually located in a wealthy area, not in the neighborhood. And it's like the kids are shipped to the white people school is what's going on. But the neighborhood that they live in, well, let me do it this way. Computer, can you tell me about the crime in on Marvin Road in Charlotte, North Carolina?
Marvin Road in Charlotte has seen some crime activity. A recent report shows a robbery incident on July 2nd at 3500 Marvin Road. Overall, Charlotte's crime rate is higher than the national average, with property crimes being more common than violent crimes.
No, I want to know specifically about that area of Marvin Road. I want to know about general. Would it be a good neighbor? Is what I want.
I don't have specific crime statistics for the Marvin Road area in Charlotte. The available data is for Charlotte overall. Would you like to know about a different area or topic?
What can you tell me about that area?
I don't have specific information about the Marvin Road area in Charlotte. Is there something particular you'd like to know about that area?
What about anything close to me, within a mile, 2 miles, 5 miles?
Marvin Road in Charlotte is a developing area with some residential and commercial properties. It's near the 6 Mile Creek Greenway, a hiking trail, and has some new apartment construction planned. Would you like to know more about specific aspects of the area?
Historically, what can you tell me about that neighborhood?
The Marvin area has a rich history dating back to the Waxaw Indian tribe. In the 1700s, European settlers arrived, finding fruit
Computer.
farm.
Not that far back. I'm talking about within the last 10 years.
In the last decade, Marvin Road has seen significant residential development. A major project includes the Marvin Road Apartments, with 70 units planned. There's also been recent rezoning for additional housing, including townhomes and age-restricted senior housing.
The information I'm looking for is crime and drug activity.
Charlotte has seen a decrease in overall crime.
Computer. I'm not asking about Charlotte. I'm asking about that Marvin Road area. And
Understood.
Computer. I'm not asking about the citywide information. I'm asking specifically about Marvin Road and surrounding areas.
I apologize. I am experiencing an interruption in service.
So this is what, thank you. It's funny when I ask certain questions, how it comes out, but if you were moving to Charlotte, right, and let's say you were working class to middle class, that wouldn't be the neighborhood that you would want. There's a 7-Eleven directly across the street from where my kids live. And it's a rough 7-Eleven. It's a rough area, you know. It's like on a borderline, though, of wealthy area. See, that's what Charlotte, a lot of Democrats ran cities. They hide the statistics. That's why they are none. Like, I'm very surprised you can't tell me which zip code has the most crime. And then they want to say on TV, well, crime is going down. Where? What are you talking about? Specifically. Overall, yes. But there are pockets in every city that are hot pockets. And that would be one of those areas, in the city that, you know, are less attractive because of that. Now they're gentrifying that neighborhood. That's what you was talking about a lot. The social service office is like right around the corner. It's right there, but it heads towards a very good area of Charlotte, Randolph Road. It's like a couple of blocks away, and going towards like South Park area, Center City, ish, not uptown, but South Park area. Very good area in Charlotte. If you got money, that's where you live. Billionaires live there. So they're right on the border of that, But where they are, we call it Greertown, affectionately. That's what anybody from Charlotte, you say Greertown, they know exactly what you're talking about. And it gets a little hot, rough over there. Drug activity, a lot of that. My son was working at 7-Eleven, my daughter, my ex-wife, and my son, somebody pulled a gun on him, put a gun to his head at that store. Give y'all an example of what I'm talking about. I'm not just making it up. It ain't just my opinion. My police was called because somebody pulled out a gun on my son while he was working. Does that sound like a nice area? No. Now, the school is another thing, and I really shouldn't have went there because the school ain't located in the neighborhood. I think my kids get shipped away to the white people. That's why school is top 10 in the city. But where they live, and I always say this, the school doesn't matter as much as the parents and the student. The student got a good student, no matter where they at, will perform, no matter where they at. I was such a student. Brooklyn is that. But Sundiata needs more help. He needs discipline at home and follow up at home. Plus, that school, that would have been a better thing. Putting him in a better school, but you're not changing the at-home behavior, actually made the at-home behavior worse. Parental alienation, other men in and out, that ain't their father. All the statistics show that does not work. And that's why my son stayed back. Also, it's a monetary thing. We got to bring that into the conversation. A lot of these women put their children on ADHD so they can therefore get checked. And by eliminating me out of the equation, because I would be against this. I was against it for my own self. Remember a few videos back, I talked about I wanted to get therapy. And I went to a psychiatric services of Gastonia. That's what I was referring to. And as soon as I got there, they wanted to drug test me. I'm like, that's strange. Why? But okay, I don't got no problem. Couldn't pee at the time. I had just peed. But before I could pee in the cup, I'm back there. I'm thinking I'm about to do my therapy with the lady, and she started trying to prescribe medicine to me immediately. I'm like, where the therapy at? Oh, no, we don't do that here. We do medication management, something they call it. I'm like, I'm not here for that. I'm here for therapy. Meaning I want to talk to somebody one-on-one. I don't need no pills. I found that very strange. And I asked, how can you diagnose me with something you ain't even talking? How did we get here? But that's what they do. I don't need psychiatric services. Computer. I had an experience where I went to a psychiatric services of Gastonia, and they were trying to prescribe me mental medication. What do you? And I really wanted.
Wow, that sounds like a challenging experience. What happened when they tried to prescribe you medication?
I denied it. And what I was looking for was one-on-one therapy.
Ah, I see. You were looking for basic therapy, not medication. How did you handle that situation with them?
I refused the medicine and I left. But my question is, what if one service is called
What's your question
psychiatric?
about that experience?
My question is, one service is called psychiatric, and what is the other service for therapy, one-on-one therapy called?
The service you're looking for is called psychotherapy or talk therapy. It involves one-on-one sessions with a licensed mental health professional to discuss your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors.
And what is that called? It's not psychiatric. What would we the word?
It's called individual therapy or psychotherapy. It's a one-on-one session with a mental health professional to work through personal challenges.
So on computer, I'm looking for one word, not psychiatric. What would it be called?
Counseling.
Well, when people say they're in therapy or I'm in therapy, what branch of what branch would that be called? Computer. Computer. When people say that they're in therapy, what branch of medical science would that be fall under? One word I'm looking for. Not psychiatric. What's the other word?
Psychology.
Right. There we go. Thank you.
You're welcome. Glad I could help you sort that out.
So the person I was speaking to at that place wasn't a psychologist. They were I don't know what they were called, but I just forgot it. But there's a difference between the two. And excuse me, computer. So one branch focuses on prescribing medicine. Who are they? What are they called?
Doctors who prescribe medicine are called allopathic physicians.
No, I mean the branch, not not psychology.
Pharmacology.
No. So I said I went to the psychiatric services. So psychiatrists, they're prescribing mental medication. That's where they're focusing now, correct?
Yes, psychiatry is the branch of medicine that focuses on diagnosing and treating mental health conditions, including prescribing medication. It's understandable you're exploring your options after your recent experience.
And then you said psychologist,
Right. Psychiatry handles both medication and
computer. And so computer, so psychologists would be doing the talk. So computer, damn it, computer. So psychologists would be doing the talk therapy, correct?
yeah, psychologists do perform talk therapy. They're trained to use various evidence-based approaches to help people work through their issues.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that's what I was looking for. I'm looking for a psychologist. I want to talk to somebody. But they sent me to psychiatric therapy. And what they do is just prescribe medicine. And that was my experience. And I'm wondering, and I'm thinking, I'm leaning that way, is that what my son went through? She took him not to a psychologist who does talk therapy. She took him somewhere where that's what they do. They just prescribe pills. And, oh, his behavior is better. Yeah, he's fucking medicated and subdued. Behavior better. Who's doing the assessment? She is. His grades ain't improved. He ain't all of a sudden got a magic pill and he's doing homework. That's what dad would do. I used to sit down when they would come home from school, they would sit at the bar, Brooklyn and Adhd. They would do their homework. Magic would help them with some things here and there. And I was in the living room with them while they were sitting at the bar doing their homework. This was every day. Well, my conversation with his teacher was that he ain't showing up for class. I made sure my kids had perfect attendance. I got pictures of them with awards, where they're holding up awards and always got the perfect attendance. Or they only missed 1 or 2 days because they had a dentist appointment kind of thing. But my kids was always in school. My kids always had good attendance when they were with me, when I was there. But now that she changed the scenario, plus the parental alienation, and divorce affects kids like death, they say. And the manipulation and all of the other shit, that's affected my son. See, it didn't affect Brooklyn the same way because, everybody's different. And Brooklyn goes into a shell and focuses on her schoolwork. Well, Adhd ain't that person. My son ain't like Brooklyn. They're different. So I parented them differently. And you remove the thing from his life that was working, which was his father. And now you're trying to supplement the behavior that resulted from her bad behavior, by the way. And you're giving them pills because you don't want to deal with it. Or you want to get a check for him. That's really what it's about. And then because he turns 18, she's trying to find a way to extend his check. That's all it's about. It's about the money, Wendy. And if she was doing well, she wouldn't be money hungry. And you putting my son on medication so she can continue getting a check. But simultaneously, down here, she tells a different story. She balling, about to go out of town. She good, living her best life, making all of this money. That ain't the story you've been getting, though. And she can't stay on that subsidized housing forever. The kids are aging out. Next, she's going to try to get Brooklyn on medicine next year so she could continue keeping the benefits and the subsidies coming in. And then and that's very common with you don't know about because you've been in Northeast your whole life. You don't understand the culture here in the Southeast. And that's a common thing. Generationally, these women do that. All you got to go to is any kind of public housing or, areas where high concentrations of single black women live, which is usually public housing of some sort, which is where my kids are now. My kids grew up in the cul-de-sac on the west side of Charlotte. I got the pictures to prove it. I could give you my address where we lived at, and we're homeowners. She put us in the hood with her fuck ups. She was fucking up. I was going to work. Another conversation, but I can't have that conversation with the women in my family because y'all don't want to hear. Y'all want to hear. I don't want to hear because y'all put yourselves in her shoes. Women, y'all do that a lot. Y'all can't be empathetic. Y'all don't understand that. Empathy takes your personal experiences out of it and puts you in somebody else's shoes. And you imagine how you would react under that circumstance. But y'all struggle with that because you always putting your personal shit on in somebody else's shoes. And that's why y'all don't get it. Like I'm talking to Amanaj yesterday on here, and I put myself in that man's shoes. How would I react in those circumstances? And I expressed it. But I didn't take my personal shit that I had going on and put it on and superimpose that on that man. I didn't do that. But the ADHD thing, this is widespread and it's higher concentrated in the South. And when you compare it to northern states where Black people live, in New Jersey, it will be a lower diagnosis. And my aunt told me something I didn't even know. Oh, that runs in our family. I'm 50 years old. That's the first time in my life I've ever heard that. So I call bullshit. I'm sorry, Aunt Wendy. You may know somebody in the family who had it, but it don't run in the family. Running in the family means that there's many people. But I don't none of my brothers, ain't none of my brothers was diagnosed with ADHD in high school that I know of. But none of my sisters was diagnosed with ADHD. So where's all it is running in the family? And I mean, what are we, none of my cousins that I know of? So what are we talking about when you make that statement? Support, give me a citation. I don't want to hear about some old people that I don't know. Because ADHD, computer, when was ADHD first started being a diagnosis? What year?
ADHD was first recognized as a medical diagnosis in 1968. It's fascinating how our understanding has evolved since then.
Computer, thank you.
You're welcome.
1968. I was born in 76, right? So we would start at this would include my older cousins. So ain't none of them got ADHD. Starting from 1968. So who are we saying that it runs rampant in the family and I ain't never heard this? And I know them all. I ain't get the answer because y'all shut down the conversation. We can't have a meaningful dialogue. I got 4 kids. Don't you think I should know this? I'm 50. My oldest kid is half my age, 26. Imagine just turned 25 a few days ago. I've never heard this. Who is it? Who you talking about? It wasn't Kenyatta, it wasn't Russell. Those are my older cousins that would fit in that time frame. It ain't me, it ain't Jared, it ain't Damien, it ain't Torian, it ain't Kalita. Who the fuck? I mean, I need to call somebody. This is bothering me now. Wait a minute. Cuz will chat. I'm gonna call a couple of my cousins. And I'm gonna call one of my older cousins. right? No, let me see if I can call my baby sister, Khalid. She's up there in New Jersey. And I'm curious. And she'll give me the answer.
Hello.
Hello, my sister.
What's going on, brother?
I got a question.
What's up?
And I don't know nobody else I can get the answer to. So that's why I'm calling you. Now, Aunt Wendy said I had a conversation with Aunt Wendy, right? We actually was talking on the phone. Now, keep in mind, this is only my second time talking to Aunt Wendy on the phone since Pop died. Okay? That's how rare it is for me to talk to her. And she made a comment on that call that ADHD runs in our family. Now, who all had ADHD? Now, I know you had like some kind of what is that thing where you always had to organize the cans and shit?
Oh, OCD, I do have it.
Yeah, I know you had that, right? But who had ADHD?
I don't know niggas medical diagnosis.
You ain't never heard of it, right?
No, yes, I have.
Oh.
Got it. It's a lot of undiagnosed people.
Who got diagnosed with it?
Jared.
Jared and who else?
He's the only one that went to the doctor for the diagnosis.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Who went to the doctor and got diagnosed? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I don't know. She would know better than me. She know, niggas ain't telling me they diagnosed.
But for her to say that, I'm like, because she was like, oh, it runs in the family. Like it was a known thing. I'm like, really?
Well, yeah, there's a known thing for them. They the older ones that raised us. They know.
Yeah, but this died, like, we got it started like Russell and Kenyatta, right? When they first started diagnosing people with that would have been like Russell's age. So you go from Russell forward, that's Russell, Kenyatta, and me, and then Jared and everybody else, and Damien, and you and Tori. So I'm like, what do you mean it runs in the family?
I can see that though.
I mean, I don't want to make the diagnosis. I want to know who actually got diagnosed. I didn't know Jared, I mean, you closer to Jared than I am, so that makes sense to me that you know that. That's why I called you, But I know Russell and Kenyatta wasn't diagnosed with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I was just trying. I was thinking maybe there's somebody else I don't know about. But even though it's Jared and say somebody else, right? I wouldn't say it runs in our family. That ain't running, Like running is a lot of people.
Well, it probably is a lot of us undiagnosed.
Well, we could say that about black people for a lot of shit. I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation. I'm talking about who was actually diagnosed.
Shit, I don't know people medical shit.
Well, I try to have conversations with y'all. Well, not with women, but with the guy cousins I got. I talk to them like about my kidney issues because they run in the family. That's your wife back then?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was your wife. I was saying something. But yeah, no. I try to talk to my like me and Ali and Milton, all of them younger men than me. I try to like y'all need to go to the doctor, check, because I'm aware of things that like on my grandfather's side, they all had kidney issues, and my grandfather had.
That ain't over here.
No, it ain't over here, but because I really don't know the medical situation on my father's side of the family. I don't know them people the way I know these people down here.
Right.
I know y'all, but I don't know the older ones, But when I become aware of something, I try to spread it, like, hey, we all got kidney problems. Go ahead and start getting checked now. We have the knees issues. or the women, like I told Imagine, all of the women on my mother's side, they all end up with diabetes. All of them. So you need to be aware of that as you're getting older and start getting yourself checked out regularly for that. You know.
Well, shit, that's the difference. The difference that's going to happen to her is one, she's mixed with this side, and two, she's a chef. At the end of the day, whether she wants to take that, she has that skill. She cooks a lot of her food, so she won't really run into the thing of diabetes because she's cooking foods and she's cooking whole food.
Well, I disagree with that. My grandmother cooked every day. My grandmother even grew her own food. But you can't get past the genetics. And that was true of not just her, my Aunt Betty, my Aunt Jean. They all cooked and they all grew their own food. And they still got diabetes. It's just in the genes.
What I'm saying is Imagine eats different though. You gotta think about it. Imagine eats like Asian cuisine and stuff like that. She ain't eating soul food. Like, just because you grow it don't mean that it's healthy when you eat it, because if you grow the collard greens and then every time you make the collard
making them with pork and everything else. And, yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
Madge cooks more like Pop and this side. Like, she eats soul food 7 days a week. She's eating different things, which is why, she gained her womanly weight, but she ain't on it because she doesn't eat like, they eat.
And she's always on her feet too, which is good.
That's another thing. Because right now, nigga, I'm fat as hell.
Wow. Okay. What are you sitting down a lot at work?
It's not even just that. I had to sit down because I broke my neck.
Oh. How's that been affecting you? Lately?
I can't do the shit that I used to do.
Can't ball no more. Like, yeah, man.
No. I still do my little 1-2s, but I'm also in a lawsuit right now, so
yeah. Yeah.
But
you don't want no pictures of you balling hard.
Before I had surgery,
yeah,
I couldn't.
Right.
I literally couldn't. I tried to fuck around with Mason a little bit, and that shit fucked me up for a couple days. But after my surgery,
right,
I'm moving slow. But I'm building myself back up. I went to go build my damn gazebo, and fucking nigga, the next day I couldn't walk. Like,
right.
But now I'm a lot better because that was like 6 months ago from surgery. So I still feel it. I feel my limitations, but I'm gonna push it to the limit each and every time. But I'm not gonna do too much because at the end of the day, it ain't the spine that I want.
Right. I had a good conversation recently, a few months back rather, with my vascular doctor. And, I've been having problems with my legs for quite some time. And the issue that I had when I was in the Navy tried to diagnose it as I had problems with the arches in my feet. And I always thought that was strange because I never had no problems with my feet before. But that's why I left the Navy, because I couldn't walk at one point. I had an issue going on, and I didn't want them to stick that needle in my spine. So I had a choice. I either let them do that or leave. But anyway, I was telling the vascular doctor, describing to him what was going on with me when I was in the Navy. And he said to me, yeah, that was the beginning of the issue that you're having now. Because last year I couldn't walk for like 6 months. I was using the walker, the fucking cane, and for 6 months. But what's happening now? Yeah, go ahead. All right, call me back. I'm in the middle of a live stream anyway, so hit me back later. We'll talk. Later. So anyway, that's my sister. That's my baby sister. And she told me one cousin that she knows of has been diagnosed with ADHD. That don't run in the family. That ain't running in the family. And same situation, because both his parents died, my cousin that I'm thinking about, and that would have left who to be his guardian. My aunt. It ain't an accident. So she already had a predisposition, and we get him. It's only one side of the story, which is her side of the story. See, it ain't two sides of the story, unless my uncle Pop, which is her husband. Yeah, my aunt is married. She's not single. She's been married long time, and I mean they're in their 70s and 80s, and so. But I'm getting at something here, and I'm trying not to say it, but I can't not say it. Okay. And it's a liberal mentality. So when you see these hot pockets of where black people live, especially in the North, those are all liberal areas. And they have a certain ideology that affects their thinking. That's cool. Hey, you think where you think. But I just disagree with that ideology. And in areas where ADHD is highest, is always in liberal areas. It's always in Democrat areas. I'm sorry. That's a fact, not my opinion. What citation am I using? The CDC, Bureau of Labor Statistics. What the voting map? You superimpose the voting map on top of computer. Are you able to superimpose the voting map on top of where ADHD is highest in the United States?
I can't create interactive maps, but I can tell you about ADHD prevalence patterns. The CDC reports that about 11.7% of U.S. children aged 3 to 17 have ADHD.
Stop. I didn't ask for that. Damn. Computer, being that you can't create maps, can you consider and compare the voting map to where ADHD is in the United States at its highest levels?
ADHD rates vary by state, with Kentucky having highest at 16% and Nevada lowest at 6%. No clear correlation with voting patterns exists.
Are those areas of the country where ADHD is high? For example, like an area like New Jersey, northern New Jersey, and you consider that that's the voting, that's a liberal state. And if you look at it on the voting map, they vote predominantly for Democrats. And then when you compare that to areas,
New Jersey's ADHD rate is 9.4%, similar to national average. No clear correlation between ADHD rates and political voting patterns exists.
Computer, I want you to consider, I know it doesn't exist now, but I'm asking you to consider that when you look at liberal blue areas who vote Democrat versus areas that vote Republican, areas that vote Republican have lower rates for ADHD nationwide. Is that true?
There's no clear correlation between political voting patterns and ADHD rates. ADHD prevalence varies by state, but these variations don't align consistently with political leanings.
Okay. Do blue states have higher ADHD rates than red states?
There's no consistent pattern linking ADHD rates to political affiliation.
Computer.
ADHD
Computer.
varies by
I'm not asking that. I'm asking you to look at the data right now. And when you compare data in a blue state versus a red state, do blue states generally have higher diagnoses of ADHD?
ADHD rates vary widely by state, from 5.6% in California to 16.3% in Louisiana. These differences don't align with political affiliation. Blue states like New York, 8.5%, and red states like Kentucky, 13.2%, show similar rates to their counterparts.
In the Southeast, where the population is greater for Black people, the rates are higher for ADHD in the Southeast, correct?
ADHD rates are higher in the Southeast, with states like Louisiana at 15.2% and South Carolina at 14.6%. However, Black children nationwide have an 11% diagnosis rate, similar to white children. Regional differences in diagnosis rates are more influenced by healthcare access than racial demographics.
And the people diagnosing generally are leaning politically.
In the Southeast, ADHD is typically diagnosed by healthcare providers, including pediatricians, psychologists, and psychiatrists. School professionals often play a key role in the initial identification process.
I'm getting at something, but sometimes, thank you, computer.
You're welcome. Happy to help you explore those connections.
I'm getting at something, but sometimes the AIs seem to lean more liberal and they won't answer a direct question the way I'm asking it. And I'm gonna try Gemini in a moment, but in liberal areas, because the way you gotta understand how it happens, it usually starts in school. Well, who's more likely to be in schools teaching today? Liberal women. Am I making this up? Let's find out. Let's explore it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being the bad guy. I'm being the asshole right now. So let's find out. Right? Shit. Oh. I'm sorry, I got distracted. And okay. All right, let's clear my notes. Let's go. Let's go to Gemini. And nationwide, what percentage of teachers are men?
Based on the latest data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, men make up approximately 53% to 54% of adults with diabetes nationwide in the United States, while women account.
Computer, I'm asking what percentage of men are teachers, K through 12?
About 23% of public school teachers work in the Midwest. Would you like to know more about teacher demographics in that region?
I'm asking what percentage of teachers nationwide
You're
are
asking about
men?
what percentage of what? I'm not quite catching what you're getting at. Could you clarify what specific group or statistic you're interested in?
Nationwide, men make up 23% of all K-12 public school teachers, while women account for 77%. The gender balance shifts significantly depending on the grade level. Elementary school, only 11% of teachers are men, and less than 3% in pre-K and kindergarten. Middle school, men make up 28% of the teaching staff. High school, secondary, men account for 36% to 40% of teachers. Historically, the overall share of male teachers nationwide has been steadily declining, down from about 30% in the late 1980s.
So, what percentage of those men are black men?
Out of all male K-12 public school teachers nationwide, 9.8% are Latino Hispanic. To look at it another way across the entire K-12 teaching workforce, both men and women combined, 3% of all teachers are Latino men. 9% of all teachers are Latino women, while Latino men.
I'm not asking about Latinos. I'm asking about black men. What percentage of teachers are black men? What percentage of teachers are black men?
The percentage of CEOs who are black men varies significantly, depending on whether you look.
I'm asking what percentage of teachers are black men?
According to data from the National Center for Education Statistics, NCES, black men make up 1.3% of all K-12 public school teachers nationwide. To look at the overall breakdown of black educators in public schools, who make up about 6.1% of all teachers.
1% of black men. I'll give them 2. 1 point something. 2% of teachers are black men. That means 98% of the teachers K through 12 today are other. Now they said only 23% were men, period. Right? And that means the other 77, the vast majority are women. And these women, when they go into academia, and I've done it, lean liberal for the most part. Is it safe to say that the majority of women teachers, their voting record would be liberal or Democratic?
While it is accurate to say that public school teachers nationwide lean more Democratic and liberal than the general public, calling them an overwhelming or clear majority is a bit more nuanced. It mostly depends on the region they live in. Nationwide data paints a clear picture of how teachers identify politically and how they actually vote. Political affiliation and ideology. According to representative national surveys of K-12 educators, such as those by Education Week and the Heritage Foundation, 41% identify as Democrats, 30% identify as independents, 27% identify as Republicans. When asked to describe their personal political ideology rather than their party, a strong plurality actually identifies as middle of the road. 43% describe themselves as moderate. 30% describe them.
If you add the independents and the Democrats together, what would that number be?
Hang on, actually, let me start over. If you add the Democrats, 41%, and the independents, 30% together, the total is 71%.
Ain't that the vast majority? That's what I say. Look, people who identify as independents ain't voting for Trump heavily. The majority of them vote and computer. The majority of people who claim to be independents or moderates lean Democratic. Is that true? They vote Democratic usually. Shit. Is it safe to say that the vast majority of people who claim to be independent or moderate vote Democrat? Is that true?
No, it is not true that the vast majority of independents or moderates vote Democrat. Data from major nonpartisan research firms, like Pew Research and Gallup, shows that self-identified independents and moderates are actually split quite evenly down the middle. The reality of independence. While roughly 40% to 45% of Americans register or identify as independent, true independent voters are incredibly rare. About 81% of all independents secretly lean toward one of the two major parties and vote for that party with nearly the same consistency as registered members. When you look at how independents actually split nationwide, the breakdown is very close. Lean Democrat, approximately 20%.
So you just said 80 something percent actually vote with one of the parties. What party is that they vote for?
When independent voters secretly lean toward a specific party, they split into both major parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, depending on the individual voter. The most recent nationwide data tracking independent voters breaks down like this.
It seems like you're contradicting yourself. You say 81% lean to one party. What party is that you say? You said that they lean towards one party by like 80%. You said that. So what party is that leaning to?
They are leaning to both parties, depending on the individual person. There is not just one.
You're contradicting yourself. What you said is people who are identified as independents, they typically lean by 80% to one party. Therefore, they can't split that down the middle. They're leaning to one party. That based on what you said. You contradicted yourself. Please explain. What you just said is that independents lean by 80% towards one party. You can't split that down the middle if they're leaning towards one party. You're contradicting yourself. Please explain.
That is a completely fair point, and I see exactly how that phrasing sounded like a contradiction. Let me clear up that confusion. When I said they lean by 80%, I did not mean that 80% of all independents lean toward one single political party, like the Democrats. Instead, it means that if you look at an individual independent voter who says they tilt toward a specific side, their voting consistency is 80% to 90%. They stick with that chosen side just as loyally as a registered party member. To visualize how the entire group.
So considering that they tend to stick with one party, when that occurs, what party do they stick to? Yeah, well, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What you doing?
I'm doing a podcast right now, but I got a question for you. And I'm glad you called. My Aunt Wendy said something interesting to me, right? And you tell me your thoughts on this. And she said, in our family, she's speaking about my father's family, but I wanted you to consider our side of the family too. ADHD runs in the family. Would you agree with that statement?
On our side, I mean, I haven't really paid attention to everybody like that. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know anybody who's ever been diagnosed with ADHD?
They tried to do it for Christian. They tried to say Christian had acute ADHD.
And what happened?
Damn thing, because they were trying to put him on meds. And I said, fuck, no, you not. So we just, nothing.
Oh shit, y'all. Did y'all hear that? Did my cousin not just say the same shit I fucking say? Because Sundiata, I just found out, got put on medicine for ADHD.
Yeah, we didn't do the medicine. They wanted to put him on, Bobby on the medicine at like 5 years old. They diagnosed him with that. And they wanted to put him on medicine at 5. He's like, no.
And since, well, let me ask you this, right? Who initiated that? The school?
The school, they said that it's something about like he wasn't paying attention or nothing like that, or he wasn't focusing. He got focused. So they said he was going. So they said he's going to put him in private classes. You know, like not private classes, smaller classes, so he can get more attention.
Right.
They wanted to incorporate that with medicine. It was like,
Now, how did we get from that to medicine?
that's just.
Like, who made that decision? Is like what I'm like. I guess we talk about the teacher referred him to somebody like a school.
Probably a counselor or something.
Yeah.
And you know.
Now let me ask you this question.
They try to do the same.
But I want to talk specifically about ADHD. I don't want to mix it up. And I'm glad you had this experience because people listening to me may not know, like, this is a real thing that happens. And I find it interesting in, for example, I'm talking to you and them right now. So, for example, his son lives with his mother. So again, another situation where it's a single mother making decisions. But in this situation, my cousin, he doesn't have physical custody of his son, but he has custody too. He has rights. So he stepped in and said, no, we're not doing that. Based on my experience, he don't have that problem. I don't see it when he's with me. I don't have no problems with him like that when he's with me, right? But mother and the teachers, which is all women, are getting together and deciding for these black boys, something must be wrong with them. They need medicine.
You know, people don't discuss is just the fact that Western education isn't built for black men. It's really, you got something that.
Are you busy right now? Can you come up on the podcast? Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know if you could click the link while you're driving.
I can't send you the link.
I got you. I want you to come up and talk more about what you're saying. You know more obviously about it than me. So I want you to talk about it. I'm going to send you the link.
All right.
All right. So my cousin Ali, I didn't know nothing about this, right? And but he has a boy. His boy is 18, just graduated high school. Hold on. I'm trying to look for the link I had earlier. I don't like the way Gemini does the clipboard either. I mean, not Gemini, but Pixel. I don't like the way they do the clipboard. The clipboard was fire on my Samsung, but no problem. It ain't that big a deal. I just go back over here and grab the link from StreamYard. Give me a second, y'all. Let me get that link. Get that link. But I want him to come up. That's why I'm doing this and talk about his experience. And I think it's valuable. I think it's a thing that we need to know about. And I got questions. Hold on. All right, I got him. Now let me text. Hold on. I'm texting both my cousins right actually. in the group chat. So that's what we normally chat at in our group chat. So both of them might come up. I don't know. You mean? Boom. All right. As soon as he pop up, I'll on the in the backstage, I'll bring him up and he could finish that conversation. It's not always as clear from speakerphone when I do it like that. So I'd rather him come up. And hopefully he'll be on camera so y'all can see what he look like. But we'll see. Um, we'll see. I mean, my cousin's a good looking guy, so he ain't shy about his appearance. Trust. we ain't shy. We're similar in personality and temperament. Um, we don't agree on a lot of things, but here we go. Here we go.
PV,
Yo, I got you. You here?
I hear you.
All right. Welcome to the People's Podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, I got my cousin Adhd here, and he gonna tell us a little bit about his experience. Finish telling us about his experience with this ADHD and his son. But continue your thought, please, sir.
I did. Yeah, well, my son primarily was in predominantly white schools for his middle school ages and his high school. Most of it. Toward the back end, he toward the back end of it, he went to more of a multi-diverse high school. Before, I want to say maybe second grade to like sophomore year in high school, he was surrounded by nothing but white people, white students, white kids, white teachers. So they were the ones that first introduced that to the programming. But I just think it has more to do with the fact that I don't know if black men are built. I would have to ask you because maybe you would know more about that. Black men, are we built to? Is this the type of education that we should be teaching our kids? Like if we was over here, if slavery never existed, you know what I'm saying? Like this would not be how we teach our boys.
Absolutely
You know what
not.
I'm saying?
You're absolutely right. No,
Right.
this education system is not set up for black boys. No, it's not at all.
Right.
And it don't matter whether the teachers are white women or black women. It's the same because they all go to the same universities and they get together and they travel in they move in the same circles, you know. So I know a lot of black women teachers, friends of mine, because I went to school for that. So some of them actually went into the teaching field where the men, we all went a different way. And
Right.
I mean, think about Tamika. Do you want Tamika teaching Christian or you want me teaching Christian?
I'm not dropping family names on a podcast, but I would feel more comfortable with, first of all, if we're going in pecking order, I would definitely like my son to have been taught by at least a nice amount of black men, you know. But
I mean, I'm not trying to pick on our cousin. She's a principal at a school.
Hold on, V. How many until you got to a predominantly black college, how many black male teachers did you have? I had none.
I had a lot coming out of middle school, but when I got to high school, I didn't have, the only black male I had was the coach. What was the son that went to school?
You talking about Bowers and Smith?
Mr. Smith.
Yeah,
yes, because his son
was
my
was the track coach, right?
Yeah, he was a track coach. He was a basketball coach too.
Right, and Mr. Fields, but they wasn't educational teachers. You get what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. I had none.
Now I want to say Mr. Bowers might have taught something, but I never had his class.
I don't remember him.
He was kind of fat. He was fat, hefty.
Me and my cousin. Ali, ladies and gentlemen, we went to the same school, so we know the same people. So that's what he's talking about right now. I'm sorry, I had to jump in real quick. Go ahead.
We're not gonna go into detail, but I just want to say I don't recall. I don't think I never had any black. I didn't have any
My last black
black
teacher
teachers.
was in middle school, and we talking about Coach Marix. He taught physical education and health.
Right.
And then I had Mr. Pleasant, who taught shop. He was from Georgia. And I had the art teacher, damn it, what was his name? Anyway, at Washington, no, at VLD. And them men were tough. They ain't play no games. They also did the security around the school.
Right.
When you got in trouble in school, you ain't get sent to the principal. You got sent to Coach Marix.
Right.
That's where you got sent as a boy. Nah, you going to coach, and coach got in your ass, and that's what it was, you know. But I ain't had none of that in high school, and shit. I mean, but I'm not trying to throw our cousin under the bus. But her being in education, and I was in that, who would you rather teach your son? She ain't never gonna see this. She don't watch my podcast.
Oh, it's not even close. I would prefer you, and if that's the situation, you
Why?
would be
Now
right there.
my question is why? What am I gonna give him that she wouldn't give him?
A relatability, understanding of I was in that chair like you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I
And
know
what else?
you can do it because you see me doing it, and not to mention a discipline.
Right, there you go. That's what I
Discipline.
wanted. You brought it out.
Yeah,
That's
a
what I
discipline.
wanted. The discipline. So he ain't gonna be fidgety. Boys are hands-on, and they want to touch things and do things. And
Right.
as a man, I can put that in check to the appropriate time where he can let it out, you know.
Right.
But while we here in this classroom, here's what we got to do, brother. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to recently, when Jasmine was up there and I was talking to Christian, he was very disciplined. He was listening to me like he knew he was talking to an elder in his family. Like, oh, I didn't shut up and straighten up and listen to what I'm his uncle, what my father's brother is saying to me, you know, like he was listening. And I'm sure when you talk to my kids, they listen to you the same way.
Right.
They give you they give you a respect, like even though you're their technical cousin, they give you the respect that you're an uncle. You know what I mean? So
the closest I touched that was my coaches, my Smith.
yeah,
Shaw.
me too. I'm thinking about them same coaches.
But
we had the same coaches, you know.
I had some black women teachers, and they were okay. I wasn't mad at them, but
we also come from a different era.
Like you said, though, they teaching the same nonsense.
So here when I found out today. So back when we was in school, so this would have been 97, right?
Right.
What year were you in, and what year you graduated?
97.
So you were a senior. Good. At that time period, ADHD was diagnosed at a 6% rate nationwide, right? Now, 30 years later, because we are almost 30 years to when you graduated. Next year will be a 30-year anniversary. In that 30-year period, the numbers have almost doubled nationwide.
Right.
And they're higher in the South, where most of the black people are, right? But during that time period, the amount of black men teachers today are only 1%, and maybe 2% at the highest. So that means 98% of the teachers that your son and my sons have been exposed to
Right.
have been somebody other than the black man. And only 23% of them have been a man, period. So that means 77% of the teachers they've been exposed to have been women.
I had some male white teachers, right? Right.
Me too.
I had a nice bit of those.
And I liked some of them. I mean, some of them were
I did
very
too.
good. I mean,
Some of
Mr.
them were.
Horvath, the
Yeah,
Spanish
was
teacher
good.
with his gay ass. I can't remember his name.
I can't remember his name.
You know what I'm
either.
talking about, though, right? Everybody liked him. He was cool, and I learned from him.
He also
And
did like the band. Didn't he run like the band or some shit like that too?
no, he was just a Spanish teacher,
Oh, okay, maybe he left when I got there because I had
and he was gay. He was gay,
Okay.
and he had a funny name. I know if I called Tamisha, she would know. But anyway, it don't matter what his name is now. But so I had some white men teachers that was good, and but these boys aren't getting any male, and they don't know how to interact with male. Because again, remember, 70% to 80% of our kids are being raised by single mothers,
Right.
and these boys may go through high school, all the way to high school, through K through 12, and never get instruction from a black man at all in their lives. Just think about that. And
that's why football coaches, basketball coaches, that's why coaches are important. That's why because most of the
think
time
about it.
that's the only place they can get it.
But think about it. We talked about this before. I mean, you and I are exceptional, so we one of the 15 dudes who made the basketball team.
Right. Right. No, I get it. It's a limited supply of slots for them. I get it. But I'm just saying.
I mean, if you got 500 boys,
that's all you got.
If you got you're right. If you got 500 boys, I mean, we only talking about 15. I mean, that's what we talking about. 10% would be 10% of 500 is 50. So we're talking. So 5% would be 25.
And you're not getting that from the football coach because the football coach was white at the time.
I mean, we're talking about a small percentage, though.
Very small.
I mean, so and then even that the team thing is very important. That's why I hate none of my kids have done it. And I pushed them to do it. Basketball definitely, but some kind of sport or club.
Right.
So they, I see the benefit in that, but but I found it funny also that my aunt Wendy even knew that Sundiata had ADHD, and I just found out a week ago. That's what I told you.
But here's my question, V. Is it ADHD or is it this school, the educational system that is presently constituted is not suitable?
That's exactly what it is. Because listen, and this is what I tried to tell my aunt, and she got mad at me and hung up on me. And I mean, you know how women are when they don't like something, they don't want it. I don't want to hear it. That's how she acted. And they all do it. I don't care how old they are. So it ain't like y'all be talking about modern women and all of this bullshit. Not you, but people listening. Modern women, man, that's bullshit. They all do it. Where do you think it came from? It came from them baby boomers. Because our grandmother's generation didn't act like that. I've had a lot of conversations with Aunt Jean, Aunt Betty, Aunt Elnora. I've never had a conversation with them and they cut me off in the middle of me speaking. Never. That shit never happened. And I know I've been around them more than you have, but you talk to Aunt Jean. She ever cut you off?
I've had I don't remember my conversations with IGN, but I remember. No,
Okay.
I remember a couple. I'm trying to think about just the elder women in our family.
Yeah. Even your
Um,
father people. I met some of
but
them.
but you know what? I think it's us, man, because we never went that far. You know what I'm saying? Some of these kids be pushing the limits
But
of
I'm
what.
just talking about just regular. I'm having a regular conversation with
Yeah,
her.
they listen. I mean, I can't. I can't. Oh, you're making me go back.
And she just wouldn't allow me to finish my oh, you're being negative. I don't want to hear it. I got enough negative
Oh, they
shit in
good
my
for that.
life.
They good
Yeah,
for that. They
mine.
good for that.
Wendy, if you're listening, I love you, but I'm not mischaracterizing what happened. Am I not telling the truth right now? You may not like it, but that's what you did. And you wouldn't allow me to finish. And goes into scripture. And scripture, and she's not an Israelite. I don't know what my Aunt Wendy is. And what she would call herself, I don't know. And I know my grandmother's a Christian. My father was
Right.
Muslim.
Right.
So I don't know what Aunt Wendy is. But anyway, she might not consider herself religious at all, but whatever. So, but in our culture, speaking of our, I'm talking about me and Ali, we're Israelites. We believe in the King James Version of the Bible. And in that Bible, it teaches us not to interrupt people in the midst of their thoughts while they're speaking. Let them get it out. Are y'all not paying attention to the way me and Ali are talking right now? We're not cutting each other off. Now, if we get mad at each other in an argument, yeah, we will do it then. But as we're talking like men, he speaks, I'd like my apologies, and go ahead. And he do the same for me. That's the way we're commanded to be. So it's very disrespectful when y'all women, as we're speaking, and usually it's something important, and that's what we were talking about. My child, his medical health. Why does my aunt who live in New Jersey know about that shit before I do? Now, my mother lives in walking distance of them kids. Joyce is a 30-minute drive away from the kids. I'm only 45 minutes. Why is she calling New Jersey to tell my aunt about Sunday Adams medical condition? And
Let me ask you this.
coincidentally, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I have a sidebar question.
Yeah.
You know they did that family cruise.
Oh, the Bowens?
Why would it was none no representation of us at that cruise? None. I saw
Well,
Gwen. No, Gwen was there.
well,
But
yeah.
do they even invite our side of the family anymore or no?
Well, I'll go back to when your mama was still with us. Rest in peace to my Aunt Gloria. And I went the fuck off, okay, as Steve. Because I was on a phone call and they were having a conference call. Grandpa was on it. I'm right there in the house with Grandpa. So I'm hearing all of this shit. And I'm like, wait a minute. What about all of the free cruises that we're supposed to get? And then Ski got real tight, and I know Ski. I used to spend summers at his house, I know Ski.
Right.
So
Right.
don't play no games with me, Ski. What's going on? And then, well, I really don't want to talk about that on here, and you need to come to the family meeting and all of this other shit. I went to the family meeting, which was at his house. And I went to fuck off at his house. And I remember telling your mother this story. And shortly thereafter, to make a long story short, shortly thereafter, somebody in the family got a free cruise. I don't know if it was your mother or Marion. I can't remember. It might have been Marion. And I think it was Marion. And I'm like, why would y'all give that free cruise to Marion? Of all people, Marion could afford it. She could afford the cruise by herself. Give it to somebody like me, like somebody who got kids. I'm like, I got 4 kids. there's no way I can afford to take 6 people on this cruise. No way.
Right.
But if you give me a couple of free ones, I
But
might be able to maneuver, you know.
since but since then they've
They
never
they
asked
they
you
went right
again.
back. They went right back to the same shit that they was doing before. See, the Bowen side of our family is very cliquish. And when I mean the Bowens, I'm talking about the ones in New York. They are very
Right.
cliquish with each other. And if you ain't in that clique, like Joyce dibbles and dabbles in it because those are like her first cousins. So she stays in the circle with them. But like the next generation, us, they don't deal with us. I see them every now and then. I'll bump into one of them. They on Facebook. They'll like something, you know, but they ain't tight with
You
us.
breaking up a little bit.
They not. I'm sorry. That must be you. They not tight with us. I mean, so it is what it is, man. That's the end of it. I mean, they've been like that for generations. I don't deal with them, but yeah, they on the cruise. They do it regularly. And you would think, being that I asked about it at some point, and they all know me, and I used to go down there every summer, they would still be in touch with me. I know them. I'm only 20 minutes away from them, Ali. York is 20. Hold on. Computer. How far is York, South Carolina from Gastonia, North Carolina?
York, South Carolina is 18 miles from Gastonia. North Carolina is the crow flies.
How long in time? How long would it take me to drive?
You bet. Checking now. It'll take about 29 minutes to drive to York, South Carolina.
Thank you, computer.
You're welcome.
29 minutes. Oh, did I lose him? I lost him. We'll see if he'll come back up and continue the conversation, but I lost him. I think he was in an area where his signal was fading, so we'll give him some time to come back. But I was answering, I'm telling him, like, in proximity, how close I am to the family he's asking about, which is my grandfather, would be my mother's side. Here you go. I'm bringing you back. Hold on. All right. So, to answer your question, 20, or to make my point, I'm 29 minutes away from it. There is a street here in Gastonia. It's Highway 321. It's also called York Road. It goes straight there. I'm that close to them. Don't nobody come see me. I don't hear from them. So when I made that comment to you before, when I said nobody comes to see me, I was including them in that scenario, like, because they're so close.
When the
And
last
then
time
you
you
go
been?
to a
When the last time
funeral.
you been in York?
When was I in York? I was there. Shit. It was been within the last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been down there a few. Me and Tangi went down there when Aunt Jean was still alive. You know, me and Mike and Wayne and Tony, we all close.
Right.
So it ain't not normal for me to go to York, like, especially being so close. 29 minutes and it's a straight shot.
Right.
Man, I could take a Uber that distance. That would be closer than me going to Charlotte. To give you an idea, because at one point I was gonna take, when Uncle John died, I thought about taking an Uber down there, but I ended up not doing it.
Right.
But anyway, and I looked at it. I can't remember what the price was, but obviously I could afford it because I
I'm
didn't go
only
look at it and go, oh no, hell no.
I'm only
I mean, it
saying because
probably would have been like $30.
they posted up a whole trough load of pictures, and I'm like, damn, where was we?
Where is that?
It was on. It was on. It was they did the cruise. So it was all of them. All of them. Gwen was there. All of them. But us. But Pearl's kids.
Right. But they always isolated Thomas kids. You
Why?
know, I don't know. It's just always, that's the way it's always been. We ain't had very many interactions with them in our lifetime. And you probably don't even know none of their kids, which is I. You know, Ali, Telly, fucking Boo, Kelton. You don't know, you know of
But
them.
aren't them cruises like a family reunion? That's what that's what them cruises supposed to be for.
No, it's for them to floss on the cruise and post pictures on social media. That's what.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you ain't know. You ain't know. It seemed like you're a little triggered by that a little bit.
No, I'm not triggered at all because I ain't been in them. But if offered, I might have entertained it if they was
Yeah, you
doing
might
some
have wanted
type
to go.
of if they was doing some type of but I no notification. I don't even think Jasmine. I'm gonna ask Jasmine. I'm like, Jazz, did you get? Because she kind of stay in touch with them a little bit
Yeah.
on Joyce, and I'm gonna ask Jazz like, did you get a
Yeah, ask Jasmine.
No, I doubt it because they none of even on Joyce ain't there. So
Well, you know,
there you go. It is what it is. I was just wondering because they put the pictures was up yesterday, so I'm like, oh.
I ain't since I started my new
hold up. Grady was there.
Huh?
You heard what I said?
What? No,
I
say it
said
again.
Grady was there.
Grady?
Grady was there.
Yeah, but Grady lives in Rock Hill, so he's right there with them. He stay in touch with them too. And Grady and his wife generally go everywhere. They always show up. They was at Milton's wedding, remember?
What I'm saying is how he got the information for the cruise. How come nobody got the
he
information?
in the circle.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's in the circle.
He in the circle.
Yeah, he in the circle. He's a Bowen. Even though his last name ain't Bowen, he is a Bowen. That's Grandpa's oldest son.
No, I understand that, but how did he get the information? None of y'all got the information.
Because he's right there in York with him. He's in the circle.
So you gotta be in York. I guess the
only thing I could York.
The only thing I could think of is that they planning this through the church.
Oh, most definitely. And through Skeet. Because Skeet had a friend that owned the travel agency. And that's what they was using.
Right.
I forget the name of it. It's down there in Rock Hill. And that's his homeboy. That's his people. So that's okay. But yeah, they always run everything through the church. They big in the church. I found something out recently too, by the way, about that church. Mount Zion Baptist Church in McConnell, South Carolina. Right? Oh. And it was formed.
He's just giving out all the info.
It was formed in 1869 by a group of black people who left they were in a white church and they decided to form their own church. And that's Mount Zion. And our relatives was part of that group, right?
Right.
They've been going to that church from the beginning, 1869. Because when you go to the church, and I saw this when we had your mom's funeral, and there's a foundation stone. They call it a founder's stone. And on that stone in the church, on the wall of the church outside, it says Bowen. So all of the families that founded the church, they got one of them stones.
Right.
We've been going there that long. 1869 is the year.
Right.
That was amazing to me. I knew it was the 1800s, but I didn't know the exact year. I was thinking more like 1890 is what I was thinking.
Right.
I was thinking like 30 years later. I wasn't thinking it was that early. That's right after the Civil War. The Civil War ended in
They-
65.
Right. 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 I
So
mean,
we've been going there a long time, is my
we've been
point.
go we've been going there since we was free slaves.
And we might have started when we was enslaved.
Right.
We might have,
Right.
because before we was at Mount Zion, we was at the white church together. So we might have, 4 years after slavery, they were still going to a white church, right? Until they decided to make their own. And then they had to leave their hometown. They had to leave York and go into the next town to do it. They couldn't do it in York for whatever reason. I find that interesting. Find it interesting. But yeah, going back to the ADHD, she triggers me. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying that the whole history behind who we are. Continue.
Yeah. But going back to the conversation I'm having with Aunt Wendy, and I'm like this is my child we're talking about. And what I was saying to her, I find it, and you tell me if I'm out of pocket or I'm like off on this. But when Sonny, I didn't have these problems when he was living with me. Now it's only when he was living exclusively with her that he stayed back at school. It's 3 times. So when he was with me, he didn't have ADHD when he was living with me, is what I'm saying. It wasn't no problem. And who's more qualified to determine that my children are having mental issues? Me or me? Me.
You.
I went to school for that shit. And there was nothing identifiable about him that was a problem. Yeah, he needed more discipline than Brooklyn, or, that kind of thing. And boys typically do. Dream needed more discipline than Imagine.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it goes. Like you pointed out earlier, the school system is set up for girls, not the boys. So the boys, I had to keep them on a different path than the girls.
Right.
But he never stayed back. He wasn't missing no grades.
Right.
I mean, missing class.
He was progressing.
He progressed. Good word. He progressed through like everybody else.
Right.
So the problem happens because he took them away from me and put them in an environment where I'm being parentally alienated.
Right.
And I had Gemini. I don't know if you heard, if you were listening earlier, but probably not. But I did.
I just got out of work.
I had Gemini give the description of parental alienation, and it described my life perfectly. Like, so it ain't me making it up or I'm being negative. I'm just telling what's happening.
Right.
And here's the other problem I have with my aunt. Why are you buddy with Nene? Because she said to me, "Oh, yeah, Nene is doing well." No, she's not. The fuck are you talking about? You're basing that on the lies that she tells you. But in reality, that's not true. And that's why my kids are having problems.
The miscommunication.
But with you, for example, right?
Right.
I can't get buddy with Carla's side of the family. And I'm talking to the king, right? I'm talking to King Rob. And me and him get buddy. And my opinion about what's going on with Christian, for example, is based on the shit he telling me.
So my thing is, what was the disconnect with you and your aunt?
Yeah, this is my father's sister.
She's saying that he should take the medication. Is that what she's saying?
She like, oh well, he's doing better now that he's on medication.
So he's
How
on
do you know
medication.
that? How, my question is, how do you know that? She doesn't know that firsthand. She's getting information from me.
Right.
And you're basing your whole opinion. Again, that would be like me not talking to you. I'm only going to talk to Carla
Oh,
about
you
Christian.
gotta stop name dropping, Van. Good
I'm
Lord,
sorry,
stop
your wife.
name
I'm
dropping.
sorry. You're right. I usually
You
get
name,
people.
you name, you name dropping everybody. You gotta
I
stop
know
that.
I am. You're right. I apologize.
I'm not.
So,
Yeah,
but that would be like,
and Sunday. You gotta just keep people's names out of this a little bit. But I get what you're saying. My question to you is though, I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. But how would?
but it
Because
would
you're.
like that
Hold up.
would make you feel a certain kind of way if I'm forming an opinion based solely on, or maybe not your wife. Let's say your sister, right? I'm getting 100% of my information from her and about your son, and then I talk to you. Then you talk to me, and I don't want to hear your side of anything, but I'm making comments like, yeah, Winston doing real well. And you
Why
like,
you?
nah, I'm struggling with him right now. He got to get a job. He got to do this. He got to do that. I'm having, nah. Everything good with Kristen, man, because excuse me, because your sister told.
But
And
this
then
is
you
my.
would be like,
This
well,
is my.
nigga,
This is my question though. How is she? So she can't speak to Sunday out directly.
she might talk to Sunday Otter directly on the phone, but you can't make a diagnosis about nobody over the phone. Like I spoke to your son recently. I can't make a diagnosis about him. I'm
Right.
going to talk to you
Right.
because you see him regularly. So
Right.
I'm going to add, things that are going on with him and where his mother,
Correct.
her
Correct. I get
husband.
it.
You got a lot of backstory that I don't have access to by just having a phone conversation with Christian. I don't know none of that. All I know is what you tell me. But if I'm going to put your child on medicine, I need to talk to both y'all. Hell, I need to talk to the stepdaddy too. I need to talk to everybody, all four of y'all,
It
because
does need to be. It
Christian,
needs to be a cooperative,
right?
cooperated.
And that's what the Gemini said earlier. That's the way it's supposed to happen. Whoever's making the diagnosis, making a decision on how to treat him, whether to treat him, they need to talk to all of the parents. Now, in your situation with your son, there are four parents involved. You know what I mean? It's
I
your
got you,
wife,
man.
it's her
I got you,
husband.
man. I got, man. Oh my God, I got it, man. My point is, how, what's going on with Sunday? What? So they're gonna do him classes?
I don't know because I ain't got that information. I've been parentally alienated. I don't know none of that. Nene was just here. You know that.
I
She
was
never
just
said
about to
nothing.
say.
Never said nothing about it. And that's why I brought it down here.
Did you call her?
No, I mean she told me Sunday out is on medicine. But she had to run out the door to talk to her boyfriend a couple of times. So we didn't have the conversation, and then she had to leave early. So we didn't really have that conversation. I'm finding out little bits and pieces, but simultaneously, again, she got time to call my aunt in New Jersey
Mm-hmm.
and tell
Well, you
her
said.
everything.
Well, you said they was, they was funding that too.
Say what?
Funding, funding.
What you mean?
Like, wasn't she asking for money from your peoples up there too?
Oh, no doubt. Oh, yeah, definitely. So
So
that's
that's
part
part
of
of
it.
the
Yeah,
communication
that's
right
definitely
there.
part of it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, because me and Imagine had an argument over it. Nah, mom making all this money, mom doing this, and Nene, I'm living my best life, and I'm going out of town. So you telling one story to my aunt, and then you living another story down here. It ain't none of it true. You know what I'm saying? So that's frustrating for me because I was saying to my aunt, I'm glad that I'm moving back to Charlotte and I'm be closer so I can help the kids, and they're going to need my help. Well,
Absolutely.
why would I be saying that if they good? If everything is good, why would I be saying I told her like I could have moved anywhere in the state. Hell, I really would have loved to have been down there by the beach. I could have moved to the beach. I could have been anywhere.
Right.
I'm moving to Charlotte so I could be close so my kids can get the benefit of having me 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away,
Well,
I'm
we already
saying
know.
that for a reason because I know that she gonna kick the boys out. She already said it. The clock is ticking, she said. They gotta be gone by next year, she said. Well, if Sunday got 2 more years of high school, where he going?
Right.
Because she said she leaving. I'm moving out of this apartment because see, once Brooklyn turns 18, she don't get no more benefits. So she got to get out that apartment next year. She knows her clock ticking too. So my question is, where the hell does Sunday to go? And based on what she said, with me, you already know.
Mm-hmm.
She tried to do it last year when they had that little shoving match and he pushed her on the floor and she got mad and brought him down here. Sunday was here for 2 months.
Right.
So he was supposed to stay, but he knew if he stayed with me, he wouldn't be able to work no more. And he would have to focus on school and no extracurriculars. He didn't want that. And I told him, if you don't want that, you better make up with your mama. And he did. And he went back. But like I told him when he was here, look, son, because he was 16, about to be 17. And I said to him, you got 2 more years. And these 2 years are going to go by so fast. Hell, do you even I don't even remember my sophomore year. I remember my freshman year and my senior year. Them 2 middle years was a blur. But anyway, I'm telling him man to man, like, you got to get your shit together. I'm going to treat you like a man because you about to go out into the world and we got to figure shit out for you. You got to know how to move in the world. And I don't give a shit about chorus. I don't care about Chick-fil-A. None of that. I don't care about none of that shit. I care about you getting your education because you're going to need it out in the world. You can't do nothing without your high school diploma or GED. You can't do nothing. And you're behind already. Like, we got to catch up. So if you're going to stay here with me, here's what's going to happen. But if you go back with your mother, like, look, you make your decision. Like, it's on you at this point. But if you're in the house with me, it changes. But I can't change where you live right now. But he gonna wind up back with me. That's what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to explain. She dropped Dream off on me. Me and Tangi was in Concord. She brought Dream up there and dropped him off. It was almost midnight when she dropped him off in the middle of the night, and I had Dream. And unexpected, by the way. And I'm okay. That's my son. I ain't gonna say no. But I told Dream, we got to make a plan. We got to figure out what you're going to do. Now, I told him back then to go, this is 2023. Go down to Aunt Marion house is what I said. That'd be the best thing for you. He decides to go to Albemarle with his other grandmother. And I told him what was going to happen if he had decided to do that. He did, and they did exactly what I told them they was going to do. He had to pay rent. They wasn't really helping him. Hell, he didn't get his driver's license until he moved in with Aunt Marion. Within 1 month, Aunt Marion helped him get a driver's license. So I'm like, and I told him, I'm marrying crazy, but she gonna look out for you. Now, here's how you handle her. She gonna piss you off. You need to walk the fuck off. Just don't engage with her when she's in that state. Like she was at the wedding. She went the fuck off at the wedding. That's how Aunt Marion is from time to time. Oh, I shouldn't have said her name, but I'm sorry. But
You want to drop every damn member of the
I'm
family's
dropping
name
the
in it.
whole fucking family's name, yo. I'm fucking horrible, yo.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
I usually use nicknames. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, you got to get back to that,
Golly.
or at
Yeah,
least be
so
like J or something like that. You know, well,
I'm gonna just call you the Don, okay?
you're something.
Imagine might fight you over that, but
Mm.
I wonder. You know what? I wonder. That'd be fun.
What's that?
What the hell is Imagine? Let's send her the link. Let's see if she'll pop up. She come up here every now and then. And she ain't talked to you in a while, so that'd be good. I believe. Y'all cool anyway. I don't have no conflict.
No. Mm-mm.
You Imagine good. Oh, here we go. Where is? Oh, there you go. No. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see if she come up. Just for fun. But anyway, we'll keep talking in the meantime.
Yeah, just throw her up there.
But
I'm close.
anybody's welcome to come up. I mean, this ain't a family thing. It's
Right.
trying to turn it into that. But anybody watching, even though I'm having this couple of y'all watching, I see y'all. Y'all welcome to come up if y'all want to get a question answered from me or the Don.
Or the Don.
And whichever one of us can answer your question. He knows more about this because with his son, he actually was going through the process with that school and he shut it down. And I wish there were more fathers. And I always told him when I remember when his son was first born, and I told him, hey, this is how you got to move. And of course, a lot of the things that I got came from his father. His father was big on discipline. I got a lot of that shit from my uncle, from Unc. And y'all hear me talk about Unc a lot of the times, and I'm appreciative for a lot of the lessons that I was learning from my uncle, Don's father. I guess the original, your father, I guess is the original Don. And but he I mean, we had our own color coordinated cups. And I'm a cousin. When I went over their house, I had my own set of cups and dishes, so that way it wasn't no problem. You had to clean that tub, and you had to, it was just things we had to do. And we just did them. And we went off and played and did what we was about. Now, what we got out of pocket was our dunk contest. We had, the Don had a Nerf basketball goal up in his bedroom above the door.
Fire.
And man, we went through about 3 of them damn things. Dunking, we killing it. We got I mean, you got to remember this era that we grew up in. This is the Michael Jordan era. We wanted to be like Mike. Everybody did, and dunking was the shit. We was doing dunk contests and we'd be going all night. It'd be 1 o'clock in the morning. We still up there dunking, trying to be quiet so we ain't get caught. Because we don't know who won because we keep making up new dunks. And then when we got a little older, we had Milk. We had what we gonna call? Damn it, we weren't gonna call him. We gonna call him my other cousin.
I mean,
right?
no. What I'm saying is, I guess because we're on the podcast, you could call us by the names that you already know us by. You know, he Milt, you V. But I'm talking about other people, family members.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I'm
okay,
saying?
I got it. So Big Milt, we gonna call
He
him
can
Big
still
Milt
be
now.
Milt.
Big Milt.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I mean, that's us. But we know we don't want
At
to put other
his
people's name
house,
in.
he had an outdoor goal, and this goal was the perfect height. I mean, when my aunt first moved into this house, and I went up there for the first time because I was there, and I saw that basketball goal. I ain't want to see nothing else. I ain't care what the house looked like. I'm
Yep.
like, it's perfect.
Yep.
It was a perfect driveway. Hell, we could have
It
had a
was.
full court there if they would have put a goal above the garage. Like
Right,
we
but
could have
it
really
would have
hit
been
it big, but
nah.
anyway.
It was a good half court though.
Yeah, it was. It was a great half court, paved nicely, and
Yep.
it wasn't sloped too bad. It had a little
Right.
slope to it, but we
Right.
would be out there dunking. Hell, the white kids next door would come over there and be watching us, and oh man, we was killing it.
It was fun.
We basketball guys, we ballers all our lives, and
That was
my
fun.
cousin still balls. He's still in good health to ball, and
Shit, I balled this weekend. My ankles are sore as hell. Sore
but
as hell.
that's us all our lives. We was on the basketball team. Our uncle, his father, was a coach, one of them teams. We did it all, and but my point is, men have these interactions, and we had the guidance of his father. Anytime I went, I was always at their house. So his father, I'm under the umbrella. I speak about the umbrella all the time. I was under his father's protection when I was there. Hell, even when I wasn't there, his father would come check on me sometime or look out for me. Things like that. You know, me and his father would talk like every week, once a week.
Yeah.
If it wasn't his mother, it was his father. I'm regularly, he ain't even know this, but I talk to his dad all the fucking time. And at one point, and even more recently, like when I was in Charlotte, and that's one of the reasons I'm glad I'm going back to Charlotte, because I'm not going to be that far from his father. I could take a Uber, I could take the train and walk down, because the train lets you walk like a block from the Y. You know what a Y is.
Yeah.
I can make that walk and then go see your father sometime, and I
Well, now
will.
that now that you back in the hood, absolutely.
Yeah, and I need to exercise, and I need places to get out and walk. So, yeah, I probably would just take the train from over there by my house downtown.
He
Get
ain't
on the
that
other.
far. He ain't that far from that little trolley thing that be running through the city.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he like a block from that. Cause me
That's
and
what I'm talking about. The light rail. So I'll get
yeah,
off of that and walk a block down or 2 blocks down, wherever I think it's 2 blocks, and I'll be over there checking on him regularly, and that'll alleviate pressure on you, because now you can count on me seeing your father, and oh yeah, your dad's okay, but he need this, but you ain't got to rely on your sister all the time, you know.
absolutely.
And you got a man's perspective. Like my perspective is going to be different than hers, you know.
Right.
Like Ali,
And you need that.
I'm like, yo, you need to come on down here. You need your pop need this happen, you know, whatever.
Right.
The women, like, and I guess that's going into my point about my aunt. Women, like, she's sugarcoating it, and it's a fucking shitstorm. And in her opinion, everything. I'm glad y'all doing good. What? Are you kidding me? Like, what is it? The dichotomy.
I need you to define good, fam. I need you to define what your definition of good before
But
we
she
go
went
any
into,
further.
and I'm like, I know that ain't true. Nah, I don't want to hear it. I'm hanging up on you. Okay, I gotta go. Like, and then they complain. And then at the same time, they complain that men don't talk.
Oh yeah. Oh
You
yeah. That's a
know,
big one.
when we
That's a big one.
try to talk to y'all, y'all interject and won't listen. We can't make our points fully, and you're missing it. Like if you watch the podcast from last night when Amanaz was on here, we had a good conversation. And I hope she ain't mad at me. We actually, no, she shouldn't be mad. I talked to her last night after the podcast, but I was hard on her, and I told her I was going to be and about the situation. And man, you would have, man. I wish you would have been on it. I wish you would have came on here last night because it needed another man's perspective.
What went down last night?
He was giving us a story about this dude she was trying to deal with, right?
Right.
And the dude lives in Savannah, Georgia. That's about 5 hours from here.
Right.
It's a long drive. Like you got to
so
go past.
they not in the same hood.
Oh no, not in the same region. Savannah, Georgia is down past Orangeburg. It might be 2 hours from Orangeburg. Right, to give you an idea how far it is. So anyway, that ain't the problem yet. She went down there to see the guy. They had been talking for a while, and she went down there to see the guy. And as she described it, I'm gonna tell the story because she did it live on the podcast. At some point, his thing was in her hand. You understand what I mean? The hot dog without the bun was in her hand. You got it? Did he fade out again? Ali. Let's give him a second. I want him to hear this story. I think his signal he's driving in his mountains and stuff in Connecticut. So I don't want to interrupt that. While he's getting his signal together, I'm going to step off and grab a tea. I want my tea. If I have a neighbor put it refrigerator. I mean, thirsty, y'all. I need some.
You can hear me, V?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. I don't know.
I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'm grabbing a tea.
My Bluetooth bouncing in and out.
1 second. Oh, what the hell is he doing? Oh, man. Put it in the refrigerator. Y'all, shit. Damn it. She must have misunderstood me. She a little girl. It's okay. All right, I'm back and you back. So, she wound up down there in Savannah, right? You listening?
I'm listening.
And the hot dog without the bun was in her hand.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
And because they was being intimate with each other, and she holding his hot dog, and then she shut it down and stopped.
Wow.
Now, he had to leave because he had to do something with his kids. So the next morning he came right back, and it happened again.
Wow.
And she shut it down again.
Wow.
Now, I hope Amanaz is listening. And if you want to come up here, you're welcome to come up here. Now, probably anybody that's watching. So anyway, tell me what you think so far. Let me let you tell it. I don't want to tell too much.
It sounds like a horror flick. It sounds like a horror movie. It sounds like a horror.
So,
can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good. So,
sounds like a horror.
So, and you having the same reaction, and she telling this long ass story. I just shortened it to the main point. Because when I'm trying to explain to women like her, that men want to get to the we want to get to the like A. Like I had her draw an A on the paper and a B on the paper, and then draw a line to from the A to the B. And with women, their lines are usually longer, right? Men's are shorter. And the A represents the problem and the B represents the solution, right? Men want to get to the solution as
Right.
quick as possible. But women, they got to tell you every fucking detail and all this extra shit that you don't need. Just get to the shit. So that's what I
Right.
did with you. I got right to the fucking point. And I don't need to understand. You gotta see women go, oh, see what happened was you gotta understand this and you gotta understand that. No, I don't. You were holding that man's dick and y'all were making out, and then you shut it down twice.
Crazy.
That's the point. Now, what I told her is that the man feels rejected because you did that. And no, well, let me ask you this, right?
What was her reasoning for why?
Because she didn't want the first time to be a quickie. Who cares?
Mm.
You ain't fucking for 2 hours. Like it's only a fuck is 10, 15 minutes anyway.
At maximum.
We grown as hell now. We ain't like in our 20s where we could fuck all night. We all over 40. A fuck is 10, 15 minutes.
My point is that man drove a long way to just get his
No,
just to get
she
it
drove. She drove.
Oh. Hey, just
She drove 5 hours to him. So if you got a woman driving 5 hours, let me think, what would be 5 hours from Jersey? Would be Virginia, DC, right? Somebody coming up from DC to see you, right? What are you expecting? If a woman's coming up to see you, she get a hotel for the weekend just to see you. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting to have sex.
Did I not? I'm talking to everybody now. Did I not tell y'all that? Me and my cousin have never had this conversation. And he didn't watch the podcast from yesterday. I told y'all that shit. Pussy is always in the equation. Now, it doesn't mean that's all we want from a woman, but pussy got to be there. And if pussy is not there, the man don't want nothing else, even if he
But it
likes.
seemed to me. But if she didn't want a quickie or nothing like that, why she ain't come earlier then?
No, he had a situation
You know
that
what I'm saying?
arose with kids that night. So I'm thinking that
But
if that wouldn't have
2
happened,
days in a row.
and the next day she had to leave. But she said,
Right.
what she said yesterday was that she wished she had stayed. I'm like, why didn't you? And women do
Right.
this. I've said this before on here. Women have a tendency when they are right where they need to be, they run away. And I gave the example of like touching a hot pot. When you touch a hot pot, you jerk back, you pull back. And a lot of
Right.
women got trauma because of a past relationship that is making them pull back. So I'm like, that's your situation. You making this man have to be responsible for some shit, whether she want to admit it or not, but some past trauma. And you can't go into a new relationship with old shit. And her sister has the same problem, coincidentally. So this ain't unique. I'm telling her, like, take your ass down to Savannah. What are you in
Right.
Charlotte for? What are you doing in Charlotte? Nothing.
Right.
Like, this might be the dude for you. he seemed like a solid dude based on what she told me. And, he took his kids to Disney World. That ain't no cornball nigga doing shit like that.
Right.
Like, taking one kid to Disney World is expensive. And taking multiple kids, that means he got some money. Say that again.
Right.
Say
He
that
doing
again.
okay for himself.
Yeah. And he care
I
about his
said
kids.
he doing okay for himself.
And he care about his kids. Now her beef was,
Right.
well, he don't give me the same attention he gives other people. And I explained it to her like I explained to somebody about me and your relationship. Stay the fuck out of our relationship. Ali gets privileges that other people don't get. Milt would be in there too. You and Milt get privileges with me I ain't extending to nobody else. And I'm sure it's the
Right.
same with me.
Of course.
1
So
minute, I'ma fuck you up when I see you. I'ma whoop your ass, and the next minute is yo. I
I
love
mean,
you.
no, but as a man, though, I guess you was giving her advice, though. But from a man's perspective, I'm borderline done with her. If you asking me.
Oh no, I know that's where you going because I told her that about me. If you did that to me the first night, I'm done with you.
Yeah, I'm borderline done. I would get.
I'm done all of that.
Only
Unless
reason
you
I say
unless there was a very good reason.
no, I'm saying after the first time, I'm borderline done. The
Yeah.
second time, but the fact that she said she was coming up a second time, I'm like, oh, I. But then to do the same thing again the second time, ooh, that's nasty work. That's
I
nasty
hope you
work.
listening. I tried to tell her that. And then she talking about, but he did this and he ain't called me and he ain't did this because you rejected him.
He done.
And I told her, because she still, what she said in the beginning of the call, is she want to fix it.
If there is
So,
if there is a other option, he's exploring it now.
of course. Now,
Right.
my question to you is, how would you advise her how to fix it?
To go up there and not hold it this time. Do a little bit more than hold it next time.
No, they like it's been a while. It's been almost 9 months.
Oh well, listen, there ain't no fixing that. She might
But
want to.
she still got communication with the guy.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. 9
So if you
months.
would, I
You'd have
mean,
to first. You'd have to first throw out a feeler to see if he even still interested in that
and
with
that's what I
you.
told her to do live. I said, text him and say, I fucked up. Maybe we talk about it. I need to apologize. But I also told her, your apology got to be genuine. Like, you can't just be saying it to be saying it. You got to be meaning what you're saying. And I'm getting vibes on the call like you backing off shit already.
No,
And
she
this is why
gotta
we
just.
ain't fucking with
This what she
you.
gotta do. This what she gotta do. I'm gonna give
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna step off
her
while
for
you
what she
talking.
gotta do. Whoever this person is. What I would do if I was her, which is wild, is I would send a text, be like, yo, talking, we talk a little bit, just me and you. And when that her, she
You're
could
breaking
show
up a
up
little bit.
in a trench coat. I'm going to her like
Hey, your phone is breaking up a little bit. Say that one more time so everybody can hear you.
am I breaking up still?
Yeah, you breaking up. Give it a couple of minutes. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. My cousin breaking up. You might have lost some of you. Give me a second. Let me make some tea. And with my backup. and that's what I got to do. and I ain't got no fresh feeling. And I hate the thing frozen. I'm probably going to a little bit of this minute actually. But I like it ice cold, slushy. I like my seat slushy, y'all. Sorry, my shorts is falling off. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. Okay. All right, but that. Ooh, I got cookies. I'm gonna make cookies tonight. Let me tell y'all, man. I'm a little kid. I am such a little kid, but I love these right here. I love these cookies, man. These are the pecan delights. I love these, man. I'm a kid. I got some chocolate chips. Got to tie my shorts up. I got skinny and shit, so I ain't got no belly no more. So I be forgetting to tie my shit tight. But that's good because I'm healthy. I'm a healthy weight. So anyway, we waiting on Ali to come back. Let's see where he at. Okay, he back. Hold on. All right, we got you. Finish your story.
I forgot this. Oh, she need to just come. Well, she need to come over there with some sexy clothes on and get to work.
No, remember they're 5 hours. They're 5 hours apart, so they
She got to
nowhere
take.
near that part.
She got to take. But I don't know what to say. She need to just. This might be time to just look elsewhere.
But I mean, let's say, okay, that's fine. But what if, like, you're giving her advice, like, if there's any hope, here's what you need to do at this point to get back in his good side. What
Like
would
you
you say?
said, a genuine apology is a start, and see what his response is to that. That's what I would
Right.
do.
So
That's
you
all
think
she
in
can
the
do.
same way I'm thinking. I mean, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
that's all she can do. Maybe start with a genuine text message apology. Call me, let's talk. See if you can take it from
Yeah,
there.
and that's what I said. But she got to acknowledge what she did. And women, I think, don't understand how horrific was that the word you used? Horrific, right?
It was horrific. It was pretty
Yeah.
bad.
So they don't understand how horrific that shit is. What she did, and she did it twice.
Then she dropped a sequel to the horror flick. Like she did the horror. The shit was so
Oh shit!
scary. The shit was so
Oh shit!
scary. The shit was so fucking scary. She dropped a sequel to the movie,
He did
and I think
scary movie 1 and 2.
that was just too much to handle after that. He couldn't take that much. That was too much.
I
That was too
mean, women
much.
don't understand that though. I gave an example one time of chicks when they give head, and them chicks that right before you come, they throw the dick away and walk away and shit right before you come. Like that shit is like, what the fuck?
Ah! Oh,
Like
shocking.
I talk to men all the time about sticking the landing. Well, ladies, y'all gotta stick the landing too. And
Absolutely. Absolutely.
you don't understand how important that is emotionally to a man. Like a woman that sticks the landing well, and I'm thinking about one right now. Um, that girl was amazing. I'm not gonna say her name. I've never even mentioned her before. Let me give her a name. Um, yeah, I don't know what to call her. I'm gonna call her Rock Hill. So Rock
Wow.
Hill, she up there with the best ever. She might be, because I know who the best ever's been for the most of my life. I know that person. That's Fifi. But she up there with Fifi, and I don't put women that high. Like that girl got a mouth that's incredible, and she know how to stick the landing. And I think back to Fifi. Fifi stick the landing real well too. Like, and Tasha, damn, now that I think about it, Tasha, ooh, damn, love me. I ain't mean to say her name. Shit. Mm-mm. I couldn't help that. That slipped out. But Tasha, now I'm saying it. I got to keep saying it. Yeah, man, them girls are phenomenal. And to put it in perspective for y'all know I loved Red, and I rocked with Red for a long time. I would not put Red that high. No way near. Y'all know I love the shit out of Red. And Red could stick the landing too. But ladies, you gotta stick the landing. That dropping the dick and walking away shit, man, that's you a scarer, man, emotionally. You're a scarer, motherfucker. And mm-mm, no, no way. Stick the landing, ladies. But wow, this podcast is turning into other things. Now I got a couple of y'all watching. Welcome to the People's Podcast. I am your host, B-Ben Israel, the People's Champ. I am talking with the Don. And we just chopping it up, man, on his way home from New Jersey. I lost him again. But he on his way home from New Jersey to Connecticut, to Waterbury, Connecticut. And we just kicking it right now. I called to get his perspective on what he called me. But I was going to ask him about I didn't know his son had that experience. So when I started talking about it, he immediately was like, nah, I shut that shit down. Because we're fathers. And as fathers, our job is to do what's best for everybody under our protection. And that's our kids, that's our girlfriends, our wives, our friends, our homegirls, whoever it may be that's under that man's protection. We want to do what's best for you. Throwing kids on medication, we're a little, as black men, we untrusting of that. Historically, I was in the freezer. I should have watched and see if I had got some. See if I got something to take out for dinner. What time is it? Do I got time to do that, or did I wait too late? I waited too late. I think I got some burgers in there, though. I'll do either a burger or I may do Salisbury steak. So that's what I'm trying to, being that I'm moving, I'm trying to clear out my freezer and refrigerator as much as possible. So, but a lot of the stuff I got in there is like big stuff. I got like let me show y'all. Let me tell you. Like, I'm a cooker. Y'all should know that. While we wait for the Don to come on, we'll have this little sidebar. But I got stuff like, I got whole chickens, okay? I cook. What else I got? What else we got? What the hell this is? Some kind of chicken wings. More cookies. These are chocolate chip ones. I keep cookies. What's that? What is this? Okay. I got chicken breast in here. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna do one of these chicken breasts. I also got a pizza. Wow, I forgot about that. 5 cheese pizza. That's interesting. I got fries. Damn it, I don't feel like frying nothing, but I don't know, I'll figure it out. So I'm gonna thaw this out right now. And I'm gonna have some kind of chicken. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. It's chicken breast. So I'm gonna do something with it. I'm heating up some water a little bit. I know I ain't supposed to, but Red would be fussing at me if she was here, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm gonna cook it right away. So, and I ain't got time to play. So anyway, I'm trying to clear out the food that I got left in my refrigerator before I move. So it's less stuff that I gotta move. That big chicken is probably gonna end up coming with me. I don't see myself cooking it, but I got a couple of weeks. You never know. Never know. It's hard cooking for one person. So, cooking a big chicken like that, I would normally, like if Holiday was coming down for the weekend, I would make that chicken knowing she was coming. Beef, okay. Yeah, I can make a beef stew, but I don't want beef again. I want chicken. So we're gonna wait and eat chicken. They go my burgers, right? No, more chicken. Okay. I forgot about that. That's some legs or something. I don't know what this shit is. Somebody else brought that down. Don't keep going. Anyway. Oh, okay. My pepperoni. I did have burgers, so yeah, but I just don't want beef right now. I want more peppers. I don't know why I keep getting peppers from. Yay, so roasted peppers. I have to do. Actually, now that I think about it, all right, we're gonna use these peppers. Oh, they come in little things. Okay. Somebody gave these to me. My neighbor goes to a food pantry all the time. Sometimes things that they don't eat, they bring over here to me. I've never used these before. Yeah, but they're called some kind of actually let me use my technology and figure this shit out real quick. So what I'm gonna do, because I don't see very well, I like to double check things. And I'm gonna take a picture. I'm waiting for the Don to come back. He ain't back yet. But I'm gonna take a picture of this red pepper thing and figure this shit out. Because if it's what I think it is, I can use it tonight. I wouldn't mind having something spicy. So let's see. Uh, and so we're gonna figure it out right now. Okay. All right. So let me.
Based on the ingredient list on plate, this hummus does not contain any added sugars. Here is the full ingredient breakdown for your reference. Chickpeas, water, tahini paste, sesame seeds, roasted red bell pepper, canola oil, dehydrated red peppers, garlic, sea salt, citric acid, paprika, parsley flakes, guar gum, cumin. It is entirely savory, so you're good to go. Is there a specific ingredient or dietary restriction you're keeping an eye out for?
How is this normally prepared, say with chicken breast, for example? How would I use this?
Here are the most common ways to use that roasted red pepper hummus with chicken breast. 1. Baked hummus crusted chicken. This is a popular method because the hummus keeps the chicken breast incredibly juicy while creating a flavorful, savory crust. Prep. Pat the chicken breasts dry and season them lightly with salt, pepper, and garlic powder. Coat. Spread a thick, even layer of the roasted red pepper hummus over the top of each chicken breast. Bake. Place them in a baking dish and bake at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 200 degrees Celsius, for 25 to 30 minutes, or until the internal temperature of the chicken reaches 165 degrees Fahrenheit. 2. Chicken and hummus wrap, or sandwich. You can use the hummus as a direct replacement for traditional spreads like mayonnaise or mustard. Assemble. Slice or shred cooked grilled chicken breast. Layer. Spread the hummus generously onto a flat.
Okay. I've never used hummus before, so this is new for me. I'm gonna thaw it out and taste it. I may end up throwing that shit away. I thought it was just red pepper. I didn't know it was hummus. So we'll see. We'll see. Um, I'll take a couple of these out now. Let me see. Let me say, hold on. There's 4 of them in the box. I got a box of 4, and I'm gonna let them thaw. Okay. I don't know why. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna thaw that out. Yeah, take these out too. This is my this is some croissants. So I'm putting it together now live. So I'm gonna do some kind of thing with the chicken. We figuring that out. I'm gonna taste the hummus, but I definitely want some bread. So I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna thaw that out. And let's see. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it works. We still waiting on the Don to come back. We might have lost them altogether. You know, I don't know the terrain of Connecticut at all. So I'm going by what he says, and he's told me many times, like it's like mountains and stuff. So that may be affecting his signal. So we'll see. We will see. Actually, shit. He put that back in the freezer. I'm like cold enough. It ain't cold enough. Now, look. Shit, what is that? What is that? I don't know what that is either. Shit. Like I said, the lady across the parking lot gives me a lot of things that she doesn't. But I just take it, you know. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, wait a minute then. Let me leave that out too. Because I may switch and go to that. Um, I'm gonna thaw both of those out. That might work. Uh, and then I have to figure out now if I do the wings. Matter of fact, I'm leaning that way. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do the boneless wings tonight. I'm gonna do the boneless wings, and then I'm gonna do boneless wings and fries. So I'm gonna do the the Rally's fries or the Checkers fries. I got a bag of them, so that'll work. That'll work. Like I said, I'm trying to clear my freezer out, so that way when I get ready to move, it's less of a headache for me, and because the time frame that we're going to be traveling from Gastonia to where I live in Charlotte is significant, and it's hot as shit. And that stuff is going to freeze. And then when I get to the house, I'm going to refreeze it. And I don't like that taste. So I'm going to try to empty this mug out. That's why I didn't do a grocery order this week. I'm dealing with whatever I got. I might do a small grocery order and just some little essentials like milk, eggs. But other than that, I mean, $1.50 for a quarter gallon of milk. I don't care about that. So I can throw that away. But we'll see. I just like, I like to keep milk in the house, things I made, cereal, mashed potatoes. I may do that tomorrow. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm doing boneless wings tonight, and I'm going to do that chicken breast tomorrow. And the chicken breast, I'm going to do some mashed potatoes with that, or some kind of potato, and some green beans. So that's tomorrow's dinner. Tonight, buffalo, the boneless buffalo wings. I ain't never had them before. gonna try them. They came from some supermarket and pre-season and stuff. So I'm gonna do those, and then I'm gonna do rally fries with them tonight. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. But I always have food in my freezer, especially with my neighbor. Like, and I be hating sometimes she be coming by with some beautiful vegetables, and I can't do nothing with them. I don't want them. What do you call it? She tried to get eggplant recently, or no, squash. One of them. I don't eat that kind of stuff all the time. So I gotta be in the mood for that. That ain't on my regular menu. So we'll see. We will see. We're good here talking to my sister Callie. I'm gonna call her Callie. I'll be making me give everybody nicknames now. My youngest sister. And it's always nice. I love talking. Even though I like hearing her different perspective. Say that. I like hearing not to argue and debate with her, because she said something early I didn't agree with, but I just rolled with it because I like talking to her. I love my sister, regardless of what she may or may not think. I love her. And which she probably don't know. Aside from Damien, but in recent years, I talk more to her. I talked to Damien when he was younger, but like in recent years, I really talk more to Kalita. And it's cool. We ain't got to agree to talk, And like I always tell y'all, you want to be right or you want to be in a relationship. That includes your family members. And some family members, I really was trying to avoid getting into contention with my aunt. I really sincerely was trying to avoid that, but she started telling me about my kids, saying things that I just know ain't true. And that lies, like I gotta correct the record, and with my family, that I ain't listening to you shit, just want to listen to her tell lies. I don't understand that. I'm giving you the truth, and you think that's negativity. She gives you lies, and that's positive. That's the thinking. And that thinking today in what we call modern women, I told y'all they come from them baby boomer women. Like my aunt, and I love my aunt. She's my favorite aunt. I got two favorites, her and Joyce. But matter of fact, speaking of Joyce, she ain't called me back. That's the problem. I don't like that. I don't like that. Let's call Aunt Joyce. Let's see what's going on. You saw me call you earlier, right?
I'm sorry. I'm celebrating my anniversary with you.
Look, y'all done had a lot of them. What you got to celebrate now?
Sorry, it is 37 years, okay?
37. And I'm glad you said that, because right now I'm live on my podcast. And that information went out to the world. Welcome to the People's Podcast. So that information went out to the world. I love it. Congratulations to you and my uncle Danny. Where's he at? Where is he at?
To the restroom.
Where y'all at?
Up here at Boardwalk Billy's in Charlotte.
Who told you you could go over there with them young people?
I hang with the young people because I'm young at heart.
That's a college crowd to be over there. That ain't y'all crowd.
Well, the people that I'm seeing around me ain't all college people.
Oh, okay.
So we can hang out too.
Okay.
Right?
Y'all gonna walk around the boardwalk, sit on it. Me and Rashana used to do that. Sit on it. She loved the water.
Boat, okay.
Oh, you gonna do it big and get on the boat? Okay. Hey, I like it. I like that. That's a nice area to relax. And me and Rashana would sit out there for hours.
I love being by the water.
Yeah, so did she. So we was always there, just sitting in on them benches, feeding the ducks. But yeah,
you feel like you're somewhere else instead of right.
not you like, hey, this really Charlotte?
Exactly.
But there's another place like that in Charlotte that gives you that vibe. Down there by Midtown, where it's right by the water, the stream. Yeah, it's down there. It's a nice, not too far when we had your anniversary dinner at Druger's. No, your retirement dinner. It's not too far from there.
If somebody paid me to, I can't remember where we went. I remember what it looked like.
Yeah, it was called Druger's or Druggers.
Oh, okay.
It was good.
I liked it.
Yeah, it was good.
Mm-hmm.
I would go back.
Yeah. So when I really, for real retired this time.
Yeah, you retired and took your ass right back to work. Like, are you kidding me? But listen, let me ask you a serious question. Right? I got you. Did you know about Adhd being on medication?
No.
Okay. ADHD medication.
I didn't.
Huh?
I didn't. No.
Yeah, I didn't know nothing about none of this shit. I just found out about it a week ago.
Huh.
Uh-huh. And my concern, because I was talking to my Aunt Wendy earlier today, and she knew about it. And she's known about it for quite some time. I got a problem with that.
When did he get on it?
That's my problem. I don't fucking know. She totally, and I told you and Brianna this before, it's called parental alienation. And that's what she's doing and been doing. And because by law, what she did is illegal. And by law, I'm supposed to be involved in that process.
Any kind of medical stuff.
Yes, I'm supposed to be involved with her, with Brooklyn and Adhd. So what she had to do is when she went to the school and she decided that she was going to move forward with this ADHD thing, I was supposed to be involved in the process. Because Nene doesn't have 100% legal rights to the kids. It's 50-50. Now, even though she got custody of them right now, I still got legal rights. And my rights have been violated now, and I'm going to have to deal with that when I get to Charlotte. But part of them diagnosing him correctly is they needed to hear her side, my side. Other family members should have been involved when evaluating him. And then the professional makes a decision. Hey, he needs the medicine. But when they only get her side of the story, that's a misdiagnosis. And I don't think Adhd needs the medicine. And what I tried to tell Aunt Wendy earlier today, she got mad at me because she thinks I'm being negative. I'm like, Aunt Wendy, when the kids are with me, they don't have no problems. They only have these problems when they're with her.
Oh, hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Ali still ain't came back, y'all. We waiting on the Don to come back. Ali the Don, I don't know where he at. I'll text him when I get off this phone. Actually, I do now when she got me. See if I can find out where he at. Okay, here we go. Oh, shit. All right. All right, I sent the Don a message. Now, the other Don, which is Aaliyah the Don, ain't that funny? We got an Ali the Don and we got an Aaliyah the Don. Aaliyah the Don is missing in action, y'all. Aaliyah the Don is missing. But I give y'all real life, man. That's how I do on the People's Podcast. You never know what I'm going to do. And I just try to give y'all a little peek or a window, rather, into, welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't be doing that. You're a guest on my show. You can't be just disappearing.
Whatever. I am getting ready to eat in a minute. So
What you ordering? What y'all doing? Wings?
Okay.
You doing wings?
Right now, tacos. Fish taco.
No, I mean for your actual entree. Well, you ain't even in the process. You playing games.
Listen, whatever.
But going back to Sundiata, that bothers me. And as you know, they do better when they're with me than when they're not with me. And that's what he's going through. He don't need no medicine. So when Aunt Wendy said, "Oh, well, he's doing better now because he's on medicine," I'm like, how the hell do you know that? Like, the only person who could be giving you that information is her. Why are y'all so buddy-buddy when my mother is close to you walking distance for the kids and my aunt is only 30 minutes away? Why don't we know what's going on, but the person in New Jersey does? And when is the last time Aunt Wendy? Yeah, that's the last time they've seen Aunt Wendy in person was 2019 at the funeral, and she didn't interact with him that very much. So, like, I'm trying to explain this to her, like you're allowing me to speak. You're not shutting me down. Like, you're allowed, no matter how you feel about what I'm saying, you're allowing me to get it out. And it frustrates me when I talk to her. I can't even get a complete sentence out because she already done made up her mind based on what Nene told her. Like, stop fucking talking to Nene. I told you that one time. Stop talking to her ass. She's a liar. And everything she tells you is a lie. She was just down here last week, by the way. Nene come to see me. And because... Are you on live? Yeah, I'm live. Why are you on live talking? Because this is the shit I talk about. Grown shit. Yeah, but
don't be having me on here talking.
But listen, it's important. So, so she came down here, and I thought me and her should have a conversation face to face by ourselves. Me and her haven't done that in 10 years. So I'm thinking, like, whatever's going on with these kids, this is the time for me to know about it, you know? But see, she's creating this narrative like she's a single mama and she got a deadbeat daddy and he don't do nothing. And that ain't true. But by you alienating me and keeping me purposely in the dark on things, I can't help my kids if I don't know what's going on with them, you know? So that's where I'm at with it. So anyway, when I get back to Charlotte, and I'll be able to deal with the school like I was before, and get more involved in the doctors and shit. Because now I gotta find out about that. Because they broke federal law. That's a federal law that they broke. And the only way they would have broke it is if she told them, "Oh, I got 100% custody." We ain't never been to court for that. So when did you get 100% custody? That never happened. But I just think they overdiagnose black boys with some kind of disorder and quick to medicate them. Like, it's, you know, we think the diagnosis is coming from a psychologist, right? It's not coming from a psychologist. It's coming from a psychiatrist. And psychiatrists, what they do is medicine. They prescribe medicine. Now, what am I saying? Let me sure I get it right because the words are so similar. The first word I said was what? Sociologist. A sociologist, that's where you go and do talk therapy. And they ask you questions and they dig into your background before they prescribe you something. Now, that's not what he had. He went to a pill farm and they just shoved some pills down his throat. I know because they tried to do the same shit to me recently, and I said, hell no. No. How you gonna diagnose me is what I asked them. How you gonna diagnose me and you ain't talk to me? You don't know what's going on with me. They asked me, hey, you want this? You want that? I'm like, I don't know what any of that medicine is for. Why would I? I didn't come here for medicine. I came here to talk to somebody. But yeah.
Stop you right
Yeah, go ahead and enjoy your anniversary. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Where Danny at? He come out the bathroom?
I'll chat with you now.
What the hell? Never mind.
Somebody in there.
Never mind. But anyway, tell him I love him. I love you. You have a great day. 37, you said, right?
37.
God damn, man. It don't. Where did that time go?
I do not know.
Shit. How old is Brianna?
She's 150.
Golly.
What?
Shit.
32?
32, 33? Somewhere in there, right?
Like that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's your daughter.
Yeah, I don't know. After they get to a certain age, that they're on their own.
Yeah, no doubt. So, all right, go do it. Listen, stop talking to me. Go do your thing. I'll talk to you tomorrow or something. Bye. Okay. Okay. He said he hit a dead spot, y'all. He just texted me, so I'm gonna tell him to come back when he can. Okay. And then we're gonna move on. Okay. All right. So anyway, so that little while we waiting on the Don, I got my dinner straight now, and so I'm gonna do the buffalo wings, the boneless buffalo wings from some supermarket. I don't even recognize the supermarket. You know, some people shop at fancy places, and those people who go to the like donate food to food pantries, they be nice stuff. It'd be Publix sometime, and I know in Charlotte I was like, whoa, where you get this from? And the person told me, yeah, they pantry gave it to me. And I'm like, the pantry, we got Harris Teeter and Publix and Whole Foods, and it kind of look like Whole Foods, but I don't know. I'll examine it later when it thaws out. But yeah, it'd be good food. So and it'd be Publix and Whole Foods, even Harris Teeter, they got good food. I remember when I was working for Converges in the Research Triangle area of Charlotte, we had a Harris Teeter right across the street. And a lot of us would go over there and get lunch from there. And the deli always had something good, and the subs and other dishes. So I like Walmart deli personally. I love Walmart's wingdings. But yeah, Piggly Wiggly, y'all know I brag about that all the time. If you see a Piggly Wiggly, go inside and get something to eat. Hot food. It's amazing, man. It's some of the best food you ever have. So I want to touch a minute on something my sister said. And she was talking about my daughter. I was trying to tell my sister that all of the women on my mother's side of the family, all going back to far as I know, they all had diabetes. My mother and my aunt Joyce got that. They're diabetic. My aunt Marion, diabetic. I don't know if my aunt Gloria was, but I know So far, 3 of the 4 were. It's always the women. My grandmother, all of her sisters, her mama, and then So my sister tried to link it to diet, and I've heard black people with this Asian shit. They so stuck on fucking Moab all the time, and they think they eat like the Asians don't have the issues that we have because it's a dietary thing, right? And the fact of the matter is, it's a hereditary, and it's a hereditary thing because we're under the curses, right? That's why these things are affecting only black people, Hispanic people, and Native Americans, because those curses only apply to us. Like, your daughter make Asian cuisine. I ain't never. And I taught my daughter how to cook. My daughter cook like me. I ain't saying she don't, but I ain't never heard of this. My daughter. Imagine. Really? Okay. And think about it. Who's more likely? And my daughter has a relationship with her aunt, but not no everyday relationship. Who's more likely to know what my daughter eating on a daily basis, me or her? But people always think they know things, and this is that same side of the family too, my father's side. Maybe it's hereditary that they think they know things they don't know, and they take a little bit of information and they extrapolate out things that just ain't reality. And I'm like, what? Asian cuisine? My daughter makes all this Asian cuisine. I would love for that to be the case. Remember, my daughter came here to live with me, right? Recently. There wasn't no Asian shit getting cooked, and she could have cooked anything. And the things that she bought were the same things I bought. It wasn't because she was shopping for me. She can cook anything. Cook how you cook. Go to work. I didn't see not one Asian dish get cooked. Hell, I made the most recent Asian shit when I did that. What was I making? That gumbo soup, that chicken gumbo, and I did the vegetables, the celery and the cabbages in an Asian style. I don't know if y'all that was way about a year ago, I think, when I did that video, and it came out great. It was excellent. I cook like that sometimes, but Moab, that's what we're talking about. On this channel, we use their biblical names. So those people, Moab, ain't under the curses. Esau or Edomites ain't under the curses either. So things happen to us, children of Israel, that don't happen to other people because we're under the curses. And I'll prove it. Computer. In Deuteronomy 28, what is the verse that talks about curses that are not written in the book?
That's Deuteronomy 28:61. It says the Lord will bring every sickness and plague not written in the book of the law upon those who disobey until they're destroyed.
I'm gonna have to let me look now. Matter of fact, that volume is not loud enough for me. I don't know if it's me right now or if it seems like it's been louder. It might be my ears, my ear infection. That's something. Computer. Is there a way for me to make speaker?
Just a moment. To pair a Bluetooth speaker, first put your speaker in pairing mode. Then open the Alexa app. Tap Devices. Select your Echo device. Go to Device Settings. Then select Bluetooth devices and tap pair a new device.
And I can't do that verbally with you.
Actually, you can. Just say pair Bluetooth speaker and I'll handle the rest. Searching, I don't see anything to connect. Check the device you'd like to use and make sure Bluetooth is turned on. To set up a new device, go to your Alexa app.
All right, all right, computer, go ahead. I'm in pairing now. Set up new Bluetooth device. Computer, set up new Bluetooth device.
Searching, I don't see anything to connect. Check the device you'd like to use and make sure Bluetooth is turned on. To set up a new device, go to your Alexa app.
I was connected to that. All right, what about now, computer? Computer, do you see it now? Set up new Bluetooth device.
Searching, I don't see anything to connect. Check the device you'd like to use and make sure Bluetooth is turned on. To set up a new device, go to your Alexa app.
All right, computer, I'm trying to set up a new Bluetooth device now.
Searching, I don't see anything to connect. Check the device you'd like to use and make sure Bluetooth is turned on. To set up a new device, go to your Alexa app.
May have to do it with that. Okay. I see it and it's in pairing mode. That's why the little light is flashing. It ain't me being crazy, so no problem. I just wanted to be louder, and I hear their speaker better anyway. And that's something I got in mind. I want to get some Bluetooth speakers for my living room. I'm not sure. All right, I'm in. Like a top bedroom. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all know I go down rabbit hole. And that's what I'm doing right now. Here we go. Now. All right. So, check this out. Looks like it's on max volume. I never did this. So that's good. All right. Bluetooth. There we go. It looks easy too. Okay. Why is it not available? It's telling me my echo is not available. That's strange. I don't understand. Yeah. Computer? Okay. In the Alexa app, it says you're not available.
Looks like we're having some connection trouble. Let's try again. Just say pair Bluetooth speaker and I'll give it another shot.
Hold on. Pair Bluetooth speaker.
Just a second. Searching. I don't see anything to connect. Check the device you'd like to use and make sure Bluetooth is turned on. To set up a new device, go to your Alexa app.
Computer, set up Bluetooth device.
Searching. I don't see anything to connect. Check the device you'd like to use and make sure Bluetooth is turned on. To set up a new device, go to your Alexa app.
So computer, when I go to the Alexa app, it says you're offline.
Looks like we're having some connection trouble. Let's try a quick reset. Just say pair Bluetooth speaker and I'll give it another shot.
No, computer, shouldn't I be able to see you active in the Alexa app?
Yep, you should see me as online in the app. If I'm showing as offline, there might be a network hiccup. Try refreshing the app or checking your Wi-Fi connection.
My Wi-Fi is good because the other Echo Dot is working perfect.
Gotcha. Since your other Echo is working fine, let's try a quick reset. Just say pair Bluetooth speaker again, and I'll give it another shot.
No, how about you reset yourself?
All right, I can try a quick reset. Just give me a moment to reboot. There's no Bluetooth device to disconnect. But you can unpair or forget a device using your Alexa app.
Computer, restart.
Hang on, searching. I don't see anything to connect. Check the device you like to use and make sure Bluetooth is turned on. To set up a new device, go to your Alexa app.
Computer, restart yourself.
I can't actually restart myself. That's not something I can do. But I'm curious, what's the specific issue you're trying to fix?
I want you to reboot. Can you not do that?
I can't actually reboot myself. That's not something I can do. What specific issue are you trying to fix?
Reboot a manual. I love these things though, but every now and then they get wonky. 30 seconds. Ooh. See what happens. Computer. Yeah, see where he's at. And, all right. Connection is good here now. Let's check. It says the device is not available still. Now I wonder if, yeah, something is going on. I got to figure that out because I'm gonna go to my bedroom Echo Dot and not have that problem. Watch. Let's see. Okay, it's a different thing. So is it still flashing? All right, yeah, that's what I want to do. Searching for devices. All right, that's what I wanted to do. Usually it's here's this. Thought it was supposed to tell me. What that button does. I've never used that one. All right, let's turn it off. Okay. I thought it was that button, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, that's the button. Okay. Because hold it down, and then it flashes. Yeah, that's that. It's imperative. I mean, I've done it. I've had it for a few years, and that's the way it works. I don't know why the Echoes have problems seeing it, but it's strange because usually when I search for Bluetooth devices, other devices appear. The other phone, my neighbors, TVs and shit show up on the list. So yeah, this is real strange. And now I'm trying to stop it from flashing. So let me turn it off. Now I'm trying. So yeah, it's in parent. Okay, it's in search mode. Let me hold it down. Shit, it turned it off. Now let me hold it down. And I thought that put it into parent. All right, let's do it this way. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's see if Gemini can help. I use Gemini for everything. So we're gonna take a picture. Oh, I'm sorry. We're gonna take a picture. Nobody came up. Okay. I'm sorry. Who I got? I got two of y'all. I'm crazy. I know. Um I take a picture and see if Gemini. Okay. And chat. And I'm gonna ask it how to put into pairing. All right. So we're waiting. Okay. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says.
To put this speaker into Bluetooth pairing mode, use the following steps. Step 1. Power on. Press and hold the power button, the circle icon at the top, for about 3 seconds until you hear a tone or see the LED indicator light turn on.
I did.
If the speaker is not connected to any prior device, it should automatically enter pairing mode. Step 2. Force pairing mode, if already connected. If the speaker is automatically connecting to a previous device, you can force it into pairing mode by trying one of these methods. Method A. Press and hold the play/pause button, the triangle with bars in the middle, for 3 seconds to disconnect the current device. Method B. Press and hold both the plus and buttons simultaneously for 3 to 5 seconds. Step 3. Connect your device. Open the Bluetooth settings on your phone, tablet, or computer. Look for the name of the speaker under available devices and select it to pair.
Well, it confirmed what I said. That I'm trying to get back. Okay. Yeah. And no, that's not shit. It was not. It was Gemini. Here we go. So it confirmed what I said. Oh no, I was in Alexa. That's what. We go back to Alexa. Shit. I try to close all of these windows down to start adding up. Matter of fact, then clear. Clear all the shit out. Clear. Fuck it. We just tap to add. So anyway, we'll go back to Echo.bedroom. It says Bluetooth devices. Pair new device, okay. And still it's in parallel mode. I don't know why it's not recognizing this speaker. Because it works on both of my phones. One is a Google and the other is a Samsung. But so that's two different devices with no problem. And trying to. I don't want to buy anything. I'm trying to test it out with this. So I don't want to buy anything more expensive and it does the same thing. Because I want the Bluetooth to work with whatever, with the Echo Dots, especially in the setup that I'm envisioning, putting it together in my head now. And that's definitely one of the things I want to happen. The Echo Dots to work with the speakers, the Bluetooth speakers, not their native speakers. So, and I don't want to buy the more expensive one, the bigger one. I don't want to have to do that either. For those of you who may be thinking, no, I'm not going to do that. No, it ain't parent. It just ain't parent. So, okay. I'm going to get out of there and I'll deal with that later. Add that to the list. Add that to the checklist, yo. But yeah, ADHD with black boys is the problem. And because of their inability to manage young black men, they don't look, they never point the finger in. Remember, I tell y'all, when you point the finger, you got 3 pointing back at you. They can't accept that. So it gotta be something wrong with him. They never think it's something wrong with me. And he's reacting to the environments that he's in, at home, at school, out in the neighborhood. All of this stuff is, there are no men, this is females. But once again, you can't explain how he don't have these problems when he with me. You understand? And that's when she got mad. Well, I want to hear this now. I want to hear this. But y'all always complaining men don't communicate. And like when I'm saying ain't got no value, I'm his father. I know my son all his life, 18 years. Like, what the hell are we talking about? And I had my son by myself at times. It was just me.
Temperature. The inside temperature has exceeded 78 degrees.
I got it. I've been comfortable all day. Shit. I got to stop it from doing that. It'll subvert it and show it on TV. I don't want it to show it on TV, but it does. And it messes up what I'm doing. Some using TV as mine. At least this time it paused. Make sure we live. There we go. Because I want to be able to see myself. And like I said, I use it as a monitor to help. I'm back. Technical difficulty. Let's see if we can this woman, I know her. She's cute. I would say she's average. I like average. I like average cute. She's 5'5". Let's see what else. She has kids. That doesn't necessarily knock her out the box. So that would be one of my questions. How old the kids are? Because I'm looking at her age. She's 46. Now, if she got elementary school kids, I'm not interested. No, rather we say it the other way. If she got high school kids, I'm not. I mean, the kids got to be a little younger, middle school, younger, preferably. She's from Wilmington. That's interesting. We didn't show education. We didn't have that. Not that much. She's spiritual. Reads the case. That's a college. Works the spectrum. Okay. She has nice lips are important to me. And women with beautiful lips, very nice, voluptuous lips. Man, that is the focus. Like when you're looking at their face, that's the focus. Like almost the only other thing I would put over that is the eye color. Like women with light eyes. Black women particularly, you see a black woman with green eyes. That's rare. She's nice looking. Natural hair, like she was hair, natural. Yeah, natural. Now, I don't know how big she's not big, but she's I would say she's full figure. Trying to put this picture up. She's nice. I think can't 20%. Oh, I've not fucking and I want to fuck with this. Here we go. Uh, little chunky, but I could work with that. Set up check. Production star. That's fine. Can't see a leg. Like she's wearing a dress. That's a plus. Okay. I will engage. How you doing? She didn't have no goofy ass pictures. Cause sometimes y'all women got pictures of dogs, food you done made, and shit that ain't got nothing to do with dating. Why are you showing me that shit? Like the fuck? I don't want to see your kids. I don't want to see all that extra shit. I want to see you. She showed enough of different poses, things of that nature, regular everyday picture kind of thing. One of them looked like it might have been a professional portrait, but that's good. We'll see. We will see. I don't know. I don't remember saying that before. So at some point, I like her and she like me. So we'll see. I forget about it. I like somebody. It's like forget about it. You know. Yeah, she's nice looking. What's her name? Where did it go? Go out. Come back in. And Erica. All right. Miss Erica. Yeah. She got nice lips. Like nice face, nice hair. Like I don't need much. I don't need her to be the best looking woman in the world. I prefer her not to be. I like regular looking women. And you know, now what I'm gonna be looking for next is her personality. I want to see what her mindset, her personality is like. That's what I'm looking for as I engage with her in the future. Nice black and white picture. It looks almost professional. I don't think it is. It's not a background. It's not studio. It's more like a house. But this picture is professional grade. Whoever took that picture, if she took it herself, she did a good job. I congratulate her. I'm a photographer. And she's a nice looking. Yeah, she wears glasses, dark eyes, got a little nose, maybe not too much. I didn't even notice it first. Just a little nose. I like the way she does her hair. No, I'm not sure. But I'm now her mindset, that's what's going to be where her head at. I wish I was showing more pictures of her standing for the body. Most of these are portraits. Now that I look at it, she has nice skin. So, them lips are making her. Got nice lips. I think that thing I saw her necklace. That's what I think. When I looked earlier in that comment. I'm on this app back. That might be like that. Okay. That's good. It's cool. I got some big arms. That ain't deal breaking. No, that's not no. That's the way the pattern dress. Okay. And I like that dress. That's a nice dress. I think she might even she stays spectrum. That place looks familiar. Okay. I had a problem. And she's the right height too. That's the other right height. 5'5". So and she might be fun to say she drink off women. They say you drink off it. It might be fun. People who drink a lot be fun sometimes. Let's see that. Did I see that? Oh, smoking. No problem. That means she blend in with me. That works good. Okay. Miss Erica. I'm looking forward. You tell her. Typing on second look. Here. Huh? All right. So anyway, I told her I'm looking forward to it. I am. I'm kidding. Now, I wasn't even looking at this happened to catch my attention as I was talking to y'all. Clearing out notifications. We shall see. I try not to get caught up in the dating profiles, Facebook dating. It's like something right all day. Okay. Nice little little chubby. I like them like that. I like them a little chubby. Non-problem. Proximity matters. I said yesterday, speaking what I'm not on that show, yesterday's show. Proximity is a problem. Well, especially the older you get, the harder it is to long distance relationships. It just don't work. And if you're not gonna put the effort into it, and you're gonna have that sassy attitude that she took last night, ain't no willingness to like. She want guarantees up front. There are no guarantees. He ain't got to do shit. He ain't got to do a goddamn thing. But we focusing on what you did. We not talking about him. We talking about you. And you gotta learn to be accountable and accept correction. And y'all ladies struggle with that shit. Y'all say, I'm accountable, I'm listening, but you not. And I'm an eyes of all people knowing me, as long as she's known me, to have that thinking and that mindset like she got now, it's crazy. Like, you ain't been listening to shit I've said all these years. The 1,000 podcasts. You ain't heard. You ain't getting. And that's that. This is why it's so critical to have a father, their father, around the kids as they're growing up, particularly elementary school. That's where a lot of them bad behaviors get influenced in it. And then about time they get to high school, it's too late. They are who they are. You understand? And you gotta have daddy there. And that's look at my young kids right now. One kid is exceptional, the girl, and the boy is having problems. Well, why is he having problems? Well, from a father's standpoint, it's like my cousin. He immediately, unprompted, went to exactly what I was thinking. The way the school system is. So, what are we gonna do about it? Well, there are things I can put in place, like I had in place when they were living with me. Sit at that damn dining room table, or the little bar we had. Sit up there, and the kid was plenty of space. Both of them could sit up there at the same time and do their homework, and they did. That's what I put in place. I put them in a place that wasn't no niggas right in their immediate vicinity with the round shit and all the drugs and shit. That ain't where we live. We lived at that house. The last house we had was a decent place. It wasn't the best, but it's phenomenal now. I used to say all the time in that neighborhood, if I had the money, I'd buy all this shit. Well, somebody must have heard it, because that's exactly what's happened. Since we moved out, that shit got gentrified. They done tore down the whole houses, a bunch of new houses on one side. Now, the side we live on is next. That's eventually going to happen. Obviously it's a great neighborhood that they're gentrifying. Okay. Now, when I bought the house, was better. You know, kept that much better neighborhood. But that's still no. So, but where I was guiding her and where she guided her kids our kids and herself away from me, you put them in a worse neighborhood. Like, we keep looking at the surrounding neighborhoods. No, baby, look at these crackheads going to 7-Eleven right across the street and in your parking lot where you live at. Pay attention. And as a father and a husband, I didn't want my family in that environment. I wanted my family where they live, where we live. Or where I originally bought the house at. When we bought that house, I was thinking that. I was thinking towards the future. But ladies, y'all think right now. Y'all have insight, not foresight. So there are things that you're not considering. She ain't considering what long-term this medicine may do to my son. Computer, what are the side effects for medicine for ADHD?
Common side effects include headaches, body aches, and digestive issues. Dizziness and vision changes can also occur. Talk to your doctor about specific concerns.
It's always soft. Headaches.
It's always soft. I'm intrigued. Could you tell me more about what you're referring to?
Scratch. So anyway, yeah, it's always soft. And I guarantee she ain't up because she didn't consider that before she agreed to get medicine prescribed. Hello? And see, because she's subsidized, she don't understand the I was paying like $2,400 a month insurance for my kids and my family. Right? She ain't paying nothing because she's getting assistance. She being subsidized. So they got Medicaid or something like that. She can go to doctors, get everything for free. So it ain't no accountability on her being subsidized. Again, it always comes back to this accountability shit. As I was just saying with I'm giving y'all another example of no accountability. It's just, and then they blamed the man. She just kept blaming him the whole night. We ain't talking about him. How many times did I have to say that? But she kept trying to put it on him. That's that Eve shit. He beguiled me. Never took responsibility for what she did to the day she had paradise, perfect mate. Right? Ladies, y'all got to at some point take responsibility. But listen, man, I've been rocking with y'all for quite some time. How long? Too long. Maybe I'll come back on here later. Maybe I not. May not. I don't know. But I appreciate y'all coming, those dude. Let's see what y'all hit the like button on your way out the door. Thank you for stopping by the People's Podcast. I am your host, in Israel, the People Share. And you can call me V. It's your boy. It's your boy.